This one on popular kitchens. Good. Yes, put it in there. It's scary.
Get someone in
Welcome. And good morning to a bright and breezy, fresh Dunedin morning. We have online councillors Kate Wilson and Alexa Forbes. Welcome online, and we have an apology for this morning from Tim, and Gretchen has arrived now, so that's cool. Does anyone else have any other apologies? No, so this is a workshop. Now the purpose of the workshop is to provide a refresh what's in our current annual plan, or current annual plan for 25-26. So we've already, this year's underway and we're working on next year, and we're looking for if there is going to be any material change that we wish to have and any potential adjustments that we might see from a councillor perspective, and our team of Mike and Amanda and the rest will be giving us an update of where they see the programs at the moment and how that's fitting in. So, and I'll just ask you straight away, Amanda, will we take questions as we go? You've got a very good set of slides that you sat through yesterday.
Yes, I think questions as we go, because Mike's going to step us through the work program based on activity level, and so it'd be better just to take questions the whole way through. And we've got all the GMs here to answer those.
Excellent, and we'll have a burst now to about 10:30ish and see how we're progressing through the slides. So I'll hand it straight to the team at the top end of the table. Richard, sorry. Yes.
Obviously a new face at the top of the table for the annual plan process. So part of the, well, not a new face, you all know Amanda, but a new face in terms of these processes. So part of the changes to the ELT structure was a shift in the corporate planning function over to strategy and customer. So Amanda has the strategic functions in that area as well, and governance. And that was a result of looking to align our annual plan and long-term plan programs with all of our strategic directions work. And it spoke to the, partly spoke to the efficiency review outcomes, which were looking for strategic and operational planning framework, including approach to coordinating resources and integrated work planning processes that are clearly aligned to resource planning and budget setting and strategic plans. So just a tweak. Nick and the team will obviously remain heavily involved in the process, because ultimately at the end of the day we need to know what our plans will cost. But Amanda will now lead the process, or Mike will continue to lead the process, but it sits within Amanda's directorate. So we can try and achieve that greater alignment to our strategic directions, and just have a really sort of good holistic understanding of everything we're doing across the business. So that's the reason for that change. Obviously, Nick did a fantastic job leading us through what was a very complex long-term plan process. And this is a slight shift for year 2 and our annual plan process. So just thought I would just cover that off very briefly, just in terms of a bit of background and how those structural changes around the ELT table have. I mean, you shouldn't notice too much difference in the process, but just trying to get that greater coordination between the strategic priorities and goals that you have set through the long-term plan and how we develop and then confirm our work program through this process. Thanks, Amanda.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. And I think really that's a really good reminder that of the work we had done in our long-term plan, and anything we're thinking of now, we should be ensuring that we're aligning our thoughts with our strategic directions that we've spent so much time in working through and getting into place. So Amanda and Mike, thank you.
All right, thanks, Chair Malcolm. Just picking up on some introductory comments you made, which were spot on, but just underlining the point that the legislation gives us an opportunity to retest our LTP, even though it, the dust has barely settled on it, if indeed it has. And this is really the purpose of this exercise. Staff have gone through and done that initial flyover of year 2, with that materiality, what's changed, looking what we know about the external environment. And this is really what this presentation, the purpose is all about. And well, the purpose is actually looking at what your perspective is as governors, having staff having stepped through it. Do you see any substantive shifts since really, well, over the short term that affect our year 2 budgets before we start getting into the detail of refining those budgets and work programs? So that's what today's all about. And just skip through. So that's the agenda for the day. There's a little bit of a context slide that picks up from your deliberations by and large. There's obviously the meat of the presentation, which is the recap of our year 2 program, giving you a high level flyover. And we can obviously take questions around those slides to cover the business, and then zero in on what material changes we think might sit around this year 2 process. So a bit of a context slide there. Did you want me to cover that one, Richard, or the context one, or?
Look, I mean, I guess it speaks for itself. What we are conscious of as an ELT, and I did make a brief note in my CE's report from last week. We acknowledge that when the LTP was signed off, there was commentary from around the table around the expectation for us to look very closely at our year 2 funding with a view to potentially reducing that. And so that is something that we have taken on board around the executive table and are starting some work on that. What you would have, if you have flipped through the slides, you'll note that we're not bringing numbers to the table today. That's not the purpose, but we're starting that work in the background. So you'll see year 2 was 13.8, year 3 was 8.7, and we did hear the messaging that came. And again, we know that it wasn't from everyone, but there were a number of people who just indicated while they would sign off the long-term plan, they were looking for us to consider very carefully our year 2 budgets and the potential to reduce that 13.8 down to a particular level. We did, along with that though, note that there wasn't a huge desire to change our service levels. It was again more in that, are we being efficient? Have we got our resources in the right place? Are we prioritising the right things rather than wholesale cuts to level of service? And so we as a leadership team, along with our managers, are going through that process at the moment in a lot of detail, looking for those opportunities, and what we hear from around the table today will just help sharpen our thinking before we come back in a month's time with some numbers for you to have a look at. So I don't know, Mike, if there's more you can add into last year's process, or Amanda.
No, I think that's all good.
Question for Alexa.
Yeah, Alexa.
Kia ora, thank you. I'm just wondering if you can give us some idea of what 13.8 and 8.7 mean in terms of the spread of rates increases, because we had 16% transferring as 37% in Central Otago and Queenstown Lakes, and I'd like to know what that spread is.
So I'll hand it over to Nick to have a go, but I will just make the comment there that we just really need to think really carefully as we go through this process about the use of average rates increases. And we cautioned against that through the long-term plan for the very reason we're seeing that our rating system differs so greatly around the region that there will always be people on the wrong end of our averages and on the right end of our averages. And that's what's played out in Queenstown, and rightly we've had a number of people who have questioned why our reported average increase is significantly less than what they're seeing. So we need to think as a as a group about how we communicate that through this process. The challenge that we do have is that the media are desperate for the number so they can report on it. And that makes things challenging because they won't report the caveats we might put with that number. But it's a good point, Alexa. I'll let Nick have a go at explaining what that might mean in terms of numbers. But I guess I'm just very conscious of that given the challenges we've had in Queenstown this year.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'd like to know what those numbers are so we can have a go at making sure people understand them.
Yeah, those numbers, we don't have a breakdown like that 13.8 across the districts yet, because we only get that when we run the numbers through the rates model itself, because you have to take all the rates types. So we've actually got a little bit coming to a paper finance committee that explains a little bit of this. But when we do the average, and as Richard said, it's very high level. It's actually just taking the total rates amount. So you've got a rate amount in a year, and you compare it to the rate amount in the previous year, and that increases the average. So it's that simple. Until we actually take all the different rate types that we've got and run them through the model, we can't do that. And if you remember when we did the LTP, we provided a whole raft of different graphs that showed increases and where they were all sitting percentage and dollar wise across all the different districts. But as Richard said, we can, and I think as you said, Alexa, we can do more around how we communicate all of that. But until we actually get the final number and then run it through the model, we can't do that. So we're probably, that's something that you probably won't see until earlier next year, rather than the lead into Christmas.
Okay, thanks, Nick. It does make decision making reasonably tricky when you're not sure the impacts on those, but I can understand your problem. So thank you very much.
Andrew and then Elliot.
Not sure whether that's what or not. Just following up on Richard's comments about the potential reduction of year two in terms of a rate increase. I suppose just reflecting on the conversation at the time when we adopted the long-term plan back in June, I think in my mind, I was also thinking about avoiding shifting or reducing the 13.8 by shifting it next year. So what I like the look of was an under 10% increase in year three. So that was sort of the back of my mind. I thought, well, and I appreciate the service level discussion that we had. There was no appetite to reduce that. So it had to be sort of efficiencies. So that was just, I just thought I'd add that in at this point.
That's helpful.
Elliot.
Just wanted to while Nick was talking about those financial figures coming to us later, just wanted to ask if we could also see when that comes through those percentages, but also the percentages of the because those percentages that we see and the percentage increase that gets reported is of the raw cost that you're paying rather than the percentage of your capital value, for example. Would we be able to see how much it differs between, so if we're looking at how much rates are going to increase in Dunedin and Queenstown, what the percentage increase of the CV percentage looks like, as well as just the raw cost percentage increase, if that makes sense?
I think it
Can
Yeah, although we're talking annual plan here, and we can show, we've actually, as I said, got a paper coming about the rate strike to Finance Committee next week. Actually got some info in there about capital values across the district, because capital values is one of the key drivers as to why there's been such a difference. There's also the mix of rate types, so that's why you need to see the annual plan, because it depends where the cost has been spent. If that activity goes to particular areas like transport, for example, you'll see more in Queenstown and Dunedin. but we do have some capital value information, coming next week. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Gretchen, yep.
Oh, I was just wondering whether we are giving a sense of what we think of this at the moment, or we're gonna do the workshop and then come to it at the end. Yeah, that's good. Thanks.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
just probably want to highlight the key part that Richard did say on that to me is actually somehow controlling the narrative. It's just madness having a 13.8% when you've got such a variation within areas. So someone's expecting a 13.8 and they get a 37%, and someone is already growly about 13.8%. They don't come back and say thanks very much. It's only 2.6 in Tapanui. So somehow if we can control that narrative and get that out as soon as possible, I think it's going to be quite a powerful tool. Thanks, Mike.
Right, so next couple of slides were just for navigation. There's a few slides here that helps you kind of pinpoint where the relevant recap slides are. So flicking through to the first part of the business environment group. What I'll do is I'll hand over to the relevant GM as we flick through the activities, because they know their business best. And we'll take questions as we go. So just looking through, so we've got the land and water planning first, and that sits with Anita.
Thanks, Mike. So none of this will be new to you. Obviously, the work program was designed around a notification decision originally in June and then October. Now, with the change in legislation proposed, that's not happening. So in terms of what it meant in the LTP was pretty stable in terms of resources. What the slide doesn't say, because we don't yet know, is if there is any money in the budget, we don't need the same quantum. We haven't done that piece of work yet. So there are some things, for example, hearings panel costs that we can have a look at, and some other things. We just haven't yet done the work. We haven't got the direction from you on in terms of what we're doing. So that piece of work will happen, but we just haven't done it yet. So it's not in the slide. Not to say that there isn't money, we just haven't quite got there yet. And happy to take any questions.
Kate.
Sorry, I may have missed something then, but I know these things are budgeted, but I'm not quite sure what the budget amounts are in the plan for the next 3 years as line items. And I'm just...
No, we haven't brought that level of detail to today, Kate. We're keeping it at a high level in terms of the key things that are in that plan.
Okay, yeah.
And what had been forecasted through the long-term plan. And I think what we all realise is that this one's changed as of last week. And we need to do some work to identify which of those forecast costs that were included in the long-term plan are no longer required, and what might be required but to do a slightly different thing, still to be determined.
Okay, and then so the other part of that is science has been a big part of this, but that's going to be not included in the environment.
Different slide. Wait for science, still coming.
So I haven't had a check through them. Apologies, I've been out of range.
We'll be covering every part of the business.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And 10 or a dozen slides away, Kate. Science. Yep. Further questions? Next slide.
Right, so the next four cover land and water implementation, environmental management, which is catchment planning advice, biosecurity, pest management, biodiversity implementation, and I'll hand it over to Jo. Thanks, Jo.
Morning. So this first one is around work that is in the environmental implementation team. So this is around largely our catchment advisors and our environmental projects that is budgeted for. So the priority deliverables relate to promoting and enabling best land best practice land management, and also our partnership to develop and implement projects which enhance water quality and biodiversity. So some issues and key assumptions there is that there is the community expectations created by the central government Jobs for Nature funding, but also that our staff and resources are not filling that gap. So this is separate to the conversation around how that $2 million is spent. So this is just the core work program here. There is an assumption or issue around the National Wild and Conifer Control Program funding. So there is still funding at the national level for that, but there is no guarantee about how much money ORC will actually receive for that program. So that's why it's just up there as an issues or key assumption. And service levels in this area have remained relatively stable in year 2 and very much continue to focus on implementing the year 1 targets. So the next lot.
Oh, okay, you can go back to that one. I've got a couple of questions on. Has anyone got any questions on slide 8? I might throw a couple if that's possible from this end. On slide 8, we're saying partner development, that sentence there, and selected degraded water bodies. So when Lance question there was when and how are we actually going to select those degraded water bodies, and will the quantum of those water bodies and the work required then alter our spend in those areas?
So there was a paper, if you recall, that came up with water bodies and some ranking or not. We've gone back to the table and are working with Tom's science team around how we would actually identify and meet that target there around where we may go next. So that's still a work in progress, and we do anticipate something coming up to council next year. At this stage, we don't know if that work will change the funding that is there or what scale we need to go to. So this work's still to be done and is being done at the moment, and it'll come through to council next year.
And the second, the wild and conifer, I think Miles Anderson is just trying to push a bill through at the moment on wild and conifer funding. So hopefully was just in the mighty Honorary Mail the other day. So we might not have got to these big centres yet. Thanks, Joe. Any more questions on that slide? We'll move to the next.
So this one is the catchment planning advice work program. So this largely focuses on our integrated catchment management program and ensuring that that aligns with national directions and enables sustainable environmental management. And the priority deliverable here is completing catchment action plans in partnership with iwi and collaboration with the community. So we will be bringing the first one of these through to council later this year, which is very exciting. The issues and key assumptions here is that there is actually no budget specifically allocated to implementation activities within catchment action plans. And we're also assuming that contestable funding still applies. So that's our existing funding that we have and isn't that additional $2 million that we've been talking about. In terms of our service levels, so there is a modest increase in resourcing in years 2 and 3, but also there was some consolidation in terms of results. So just making sure we consolidate what we're actually looking at delivering, and there are some targets there around how and when we deliver the catchment action plans.
Just make a comment on the service level. So the service levels, again, just are what's currently in the LTP. So you'll see through a lot of these, we still had forecast some staff growth in year 2, and that is one of the areas of focus for the team at the moment, is ensuring that we are being as efficient as we can with the staff we've got at the moment before we commit to what had been approved within year 2. So there will be that will be coming back to you in a month's time when we bring the sort of next phase of the annual plan. I'm putting quite a lot of pressure on in that space. I think it'd be fair to say. Would that be fair? I think so.
Andrew.
So just a question around the issues and key assumptions in relation to catchment action plans. So just to clarify, we have the information, do we, to inform the catchment action plan? And the issue relates to implementation rather than collecting the information. Is that?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, so we've got the team and working on, it's a community-led process to develop those, and we've got the funding there to do that, but there isn't funding specifically tagged to implementing any actions through the catchment action plans.
And you would envisage a catchment action plan would be a partnership with iwi, the community, and ourselves?
It depends on the actions that come through, but yes, the plan itself is a partnership with the iwi, and then also collaboration with the community.
So potentially there is obviously an opportunity to offset in some way, shape or form, some resource to action the catchment action plan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the challenge we've got at the moment, and there's a paper coming to November. We're presenting the Captain's plan, but we're also looking at options to support the implementation of that action plan with some existing funding that's within that environmental support space. What we don't have in the long-term plan is ongoing funding for catchment action plan implementation, but we do have funding. It's just how we prioritise that. So the gap at the moment sits in, once we've got these plans, what financial support is available either to deliver our own actions or to support the community or Mana Whenua or other agencies to deliver their actions.
Thank you.
Can I just clarify? So we will still have our, so we go and get the catchment action plan done, and I think next is Upper Lakes, so we get that done. But so we'll still have our science team, and behind we'll still have our catchment advisors. We'll still have it. It's just the actual, if you need 20 posts, who's going to fund that? Yeah, thanks. Okay. Any more questions on that slide? Comfortable?
It's a slight change in tack. So now looking at biosecurity. So the main deliverable here is to give effect to our regional pest management plan and our operational plan, and then develop and deliver practices and programs. So this is our surveillance work, it's our community support program, and then it's our national program delivery as well. So there's quite a bit that comes within this area. And there's also one there about reviewing the RPMP, and that will be coming through committee in December this year. And we also need to ensure that our externally funded biosecurity programs are delivered to agreements. So when we're talking about these, it's our Check Clean Dry, which runs over summer, and our wild and conifers and wallabies programs, where we get the national funding, but hopefully that will continue. So our issues and key assumptions here, as I've said, just relate to national level funding commitments, and then also our capacity to fund and manage new or emerging biosecurity issues, and or work to implement the RPMP if the scope of that is widened. So in terms of service levels, delivery has been consolidated, and yeah, there is MPI reduced grant funding, which links to that wilding and wallaby work programs. So it's not that there isn't money available at the national level, it's just ensuring the certainty and commitment of that funding in a timely manner.
I suppose I have one wee question that's probably might even go to Richard on this one. So for instance, the review of the RPMP. So if I look at consultants, we're currently using, I think it's a Wellington consultant to review that. We've got to meet with. Andrew will remind me of the date because I've got to meet with him. Yeah. So why would we have to use a Wellington consultant as opposed to someone local? I'm just thinking, I'm particularly thinking cost, I suppose.
Yeah, so that's our effectiveness part review. So that isn't our RPMP part, and that will have gone through a full tender procurement process and been weighed up in terms of picking that firm. So yeah, that's how they've come out as the consultant that is leading that.
So two different things. So the effectiveness or efficiency rate of the current implementation of the regional pest management plan, which we've committed to doing for a while. So, and then the question around tendering. So we do go to open market in accordance with, you know, procurement best practice. Sometimes the results of that will be an out of region consultant where the prices and the expertise make that the best selection, but we are conscious where we can. And often, you know, local consultants, if they have the right skills, will be able to come in at lower prices and have an advantage, but it just doesn't always play out that way. And ultimately, as long as we're getting the best value and the best person for the job, I think, you know, my advice, sometimes that means we do have to reach outside of Otago to find the right people. But where we can, and a good example would be the crew that Libby had in to do the work on the new environmental fund was a local Dunedin consultant. So we do try where we can.
Thank you. Further questions? Good. On to slide 11.
So this one is a bit of a combined effort, but I will speak to it and then we can handle questions across the I think 3 GMs. So this is biodiversity implementation. So this looks at our activities around enhancing Indigenous biodiversity. So we do lead the biodiversity forum and we have a biodiversity strategy that is being developed and then will be delivered based on ORC actions, supporting and funding strategically aligned organisations with positive environmental initiatives. And then we also are ensuring externally funded freshwater programs. So we have the Essential Freshwater Hill Country Erosion Program are delivered to the agreement. So those are the priority deliverables. Our issues and key assumptions here is historic sector-wide underfunded for ecology and biodiversity programs. Above, combined with climate change, there is an increased need for data, knowledge and actions, and there's a little bit of uncertainty around government funding for biodiversity outcomes. In terms of the service levels, this is where we do have the large scale environmental funding LTP proposal, which we had our workshop on last week. And this partially supplements the Jobs for Nature government funding gap. And there is, yeah, as Richard said, there is some resourcing there in years 2 and 3, but that is part of what we are looking at.
Questions? My immediate one would be, what pressure points do you see on actually meeting your service levels if there is a reduction or no increase in the levels of funding provided, and what would be your greatest concern that you can't get something done?
I don't know. Tom, you don't have any, Amanda? Biodiversity?
I'm happy to speak to the biodiversity strategy process. I guess this doesn't, sorry, yes.
I can hear a voice, but I can't see everyone. Who's talking? I know that voice.
Yes, the
Sorry,
slide
Amanda.
doesn't capture what might come through the biodiversity strategy process in terms of new activities. So whether we'd then be reprioritising, and I mean, I'm speaking on behalf of my implementation colleagues, whether we'd be looking to try and reprioritise existing activities or whether we'd be looking for funding for new activities. But my assumption would be that anything new, we would look to bring through a year 3 annual plan process or LTP, next LTP business case, just in terms of staging, but the biodiversity strategy would sort of set out what we're trying to achieve and how we might go about that. So it would be from a strategy perspective, but.
Yeah, look, I suppose my comment there are probably both on biosecurity and biodiversity is that while a funding stream has limits to it, and our process of increasing funding streams when, especially in a tight market, is a slow time process. Often things under biodiversity and biosecurity actually need instant action. So what I'm probably trying to signal from my point of view would be that if there is an issue within either of those spheres, that we have, money doesn't become the issue stopping a protection or something going ahead that is critical for those parts, that we have more thoughts on realignments for priorities. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes good sense. And you know, that will be a very live conversation in the Wild Pine and Wallaby space, depending on what decisions made by this government. It may not become an issue. It may be that there is additional funding found to maintain those levels or increase them ideally. Or it may be that we need to come back to the table to explore with council what the funding decisions of the central government mean for those programs and what options there are in terms of filling the gap, I guess. Just going back to Amanda's point, I think what we are trying to get to in terms of our work programs is by having implementation plans for these key strategic areas that will enable us to have visibility of all those projects in one place and be able to better weigh up how we want to invest. At the moment, we talk a little bit about individual projects, but they're not connected through a plan or a strategy at the moment. So hopefully with the climate and then the biodiversity, we'll start to be able to have slightly more informed conversations and weigh up where this table seeks to put its investment, because you'll have visibility of all those things in the one place.
Excellent. Question from Kate.
Thank you. Just following up really from your question, Kevin, there's two parts that I think really important to understand. I love the idea of having a plan that we can talk to, but the biodiversity is a huge part of freshwater farm plans and FAP plus type accreditation. So getting a good idea of what that looks like on the ground would be good to incorporate into that. And because that is where I think we want to go when we get into the planning framework. And the other one is we seem to be doing a lot of work or some work. And the example I'm going to give is when we went out with Scott Jarvie in Cromwell onto a dock preserve that we're doing work on. And while that's fine, I get slightly concerned that we're doing the government's job or not understanding if the government, I don't know what negotiations went on with the government to see whether there was money or with DOC or why there wasn't money to do that work, and just understanding that better would be really keen to know.
Thanks, Kate. And we've got Tom to add to that.
Yeah, I think that example of the work that Scott was doing on Dockland was been through a process to categorise a whole bunch of different rare ecosystem types, and that was just one of the early ones that came about. The fact that it was a handy location, very extremely rare, and on Dockland just made it a good, easy, efficient example to be able to put forward. But the intent is certainly not duplicate work with DOC or not take over or take accountability for work that they might otherwise be doing. So that is one example where we did step into that space, but largely because it was an easy task to undertake.
Look, I'm not being critical of it. I think we need to be sure that we understand that we may be picking up, and we may need to pick up work that they're not doing, but we need to be able to show that and account for it as well. I didn't think you'd be duplicating. My fear is that DOC are pulling out of so many areas that they're not funding stuff that they should be doing, that it's critical on their own land. And we just need to be really clear about that, especially when it comes to government funding.
Thanks, Kate. More questions on that side? Moving on, regional air plan, air strategy. Thanks, Joe.
All right, jumping away from Joe and to Anita and Amanda who share Anita's obviously the regional planning side and fence, and as you know, Amanda's the strategy. So hand over to Anita first.
Thanks, Mike. And again, we had a paper last week on the year plan, so this will be reasonably fresh in your mind. We are reviewing the year plan at the moment with the intent to notify in the third quarter of next year. That process is underway and resourced to deliver that.
And just to flag a bit like biodiversity with the strategy piece, the year two or year three didn't contain any implementation funding. And the reason we didn't put that through the LTP process was because, to use Anita's line, you could spend $20 million on air quality, or you could spend $1 million depending on what outcomes, where the goals are and what outcomes you're trying to achieve. So once that year strategy process has been developed, or once the year strategy has been developed, that will then inform a business case for either year three or the next LTP to really tackle that year implementation piece.
Questions? I spoke, so I'm going to do another one. One of the things that I had talked about in on the year plan and the strategy was the ability for us, setting up a funding arrangement for if we go down the track of replacing poor quality heaters. If it's a coal burner, we're going to replace it. And we know eco funding's in there, but there's also, they only cover a certain part of the community. So what I would hope that this wouldn't stop us preventing developing something that may not necessarily take any of our funds. So that was a rate based. You paid $5,000 for your heater and you paid it off over a funding arrangement. But actually it was a net cost to us anyway. So that sort of thing would still be on the cards. I don't want, again, this ensuring that we're doing the efficient and effective ways of doing things. I don't want people to lose sight of, here's an option that we can fund that probably won't cost us, apart from some time from Mr. Donnelly's team.
Yes, absolutely, but I guess it would still come through, that year strategy will still be the vehicle for providing direction to whatever those mechanisms look like. Absolutely.
Cool.
Not saying they all have to cost money, just saying that if there are ones that cost money, that's not embedded in year two or year three of the current planning.
Thank you.
And just a note on that too, because Kate has raised it previously, investigation of a similar mechanism for septic tanks was the one Kate raised, but that concept of having a mechanism available should this council choose to go down that path, whether it be air strategy or septic tanks or whatever else it might be. We will do a little bit of work on that, because it will inform both that air strategy work, but also the request that Kate had made for us to investigate what that might look like. So I've had a chat with Nick about that, and there'll be something coming through later in this process.
Thank you.
On that specific one, though, it might be a little bit of work, because it might be something that the TAs are looking at, I would imagine, as well, with individual systems. And just standardisation. And I think there will probably be packages around septic tanks into the future. So we could look at it, but it may not be us.
Yeah, absolutely, Richard.
It's just funding.
Yeah.
Further questions?
Yeah.
Kate?
Yes. Well, it's not a question, it's a comment. On that, I'm really picking up on some iwi issues with septic tanks, and I just want to make sure that people understand why we're doing it. It's not that we're necessarily getting into the space of doing septic tanks, it's the environmental output at the end that I'm focusing on, and it was raised in the future development strategies on the Tari River. So that's why and also because of the land and water plan and where it's going with the septic tank. So it's driven from the environmental output rather than trying to help people.
So just to be clear, the only thing we're looking at is a financial mechanism to enable to upgrade. That's
Yeah.
it, not a model septic tank, because we will still be the regulatory authority for them,
Yeah.
so we're not getting into that space. We're just looking at financial opportunities for people because it's an expensive thing to do. And if we want to make some progress, not dissimilar to home heating and other things, you may choose to provide an option for people to access funding to do that.
Thank you.
Further questions, comments? Moving on,
Right,
ORC Science.
yeah, so this slide's a little different than the others in that it consolidates the total science activity, which contributes to, various aspects, a lot of aspects of our business. So Tom will be covering the ground on this slide, but yeah, thanks, Tom.
So this slide's intended to cover both science and EM, so environmental monitoring. Probably the list of things that you see there. We cover the air monitoring space, biodiversity space, land and freshwater stuff as well. We're going into this long-term plan. We made a couple of key assumptions in putting the budgets together. One was around not being likely to achieve the full MPSFM compliant wetland delineation process. So we acknowledge that up front, so we don't have enough funding or resource to be able to deliver that to the region by 2030. That was certainly in the first few years anyway. We also acknowledge that our Indigenous biodiversity work at the moment is very much in its infancy. So you're seeing lots of conservation status reports and other bits and pieces at the moment that are foundational for that program, and they're all just they are building a base of knowledge that monitoring programs and other bits and pieces would, if we're continuing to move down the current MPS framework, you'd see monitoring programs and that sort of thing come out a little bit later on. And so we budgeted for some of that work to occur in the out years, but starting with modest increases in years 2 and 3. And there was also some other things, some other assumptions made in there around how we handled some on-land programs too, like hail mapping and response work, and how we handled work with regards to highly productive land. On the whole though, we had forecasted this a modest increase in year 2 to start ramping up to those with those extra requirements, and a slightly more aggressive increase in year 3.
Elliot?
Just in terms of, and I'm thinking, I guess specifically about those species 3 assessment, but also just all of the science stuff we're doing. Does the budget for getting that stuff out into the community and communicating that and stuff fall within the science budget, or does that fall within a separate like comms budget somewhere?
Yeah, it does. The team is putting quite a bit of investment and energy into starting to transfer a lot of that land and water plan program. So the 95 odd reports that are pretty dense, starting to transfer those into material that's digestible and approachable for the community, and also the resources as well for things like Kate was talking about farm insurance planning and other bits and pieces before. We can do plenty in terms of transferring some of our data sets into useful data sets for people that are undertaking that work.
Cool, that's good to hear that that's happening in those other science areas as well. Is there any budget for, because I know we've got, presumably spent a bit of money getting, for example, those species fact sheets and stuff like that, and it sounds like that's happening with various other things. Is there any budget allocated to I guess the final step after that, which is like getting those things into people's hands or into classrooms and in front of people on their phones
Yes,
and
so
stuff.
that's where we start to partner with, you know, Enviro Schools teams and other teams within IRC and outside of IRC. So we've already got, schools and groups that are picking up those kind of resources. That's sort of where that handover point starts. But we're getting to the space now, we're starting to get some good fit for purpose material for that. So some of the sheets you're talking about, are good examples, and they're getting picked up pretty widely now, which is cool. But yeah, that's kind of where the science and then outreach delineation starts to occur. And you know, we're getting regular feedback from our Enviro Schools folk on how useful those tools are or not, and just trying to refine them.
Cool, thanks.
Further questions?
Yep.
Kate?
LiDAR, is this in here?
So LiDAR's within the hazards
Okay.
area, but we can talk about that. I was saying a few slides away.
Okay, that's fine. And then so I'm not going ahead, so I have to ask dumb questions. I love what you're doing with Enviro Schools. Just checking, are we doing that with catchment groups and as well?
Yeah, certainly working with the teams that are working with catchment groups as well, and just making sure that they know what we've got available, and getting it out there. Scott's been doing a bit of work traveling around the region, sharing some of this material with interested groups where that opportunities have risen. But I'd expect as we get, so we're probably 6 to 12 months away from some of our more land and nutrient focused material coming into a useful space for this, but I expect that'll be where there's a big uptick in interest from catchment groups and others as well.
Oh, that sounds absolutely fantastic. And thanks, Tom. I suppose understanding those timeframes for people to plan stuff coming on as well is really good. And I don't know if that's a public facing piece of work or not. I mean, if you look at the land and you know that we've got the teardrops with the land and water plan saying we're at these stages. Sometimes having that as we're at these stages with other stuff would be great as well.
Yeah, no, that's fair feedback. I will do that.
Thanks. It's great.
Further questions? Tom, yeah, I have one. Look, I suppose in this whole science program, my key driver to this is, and that's probably going back to that conversation around doing stuff on top land, is really that's Doc's responsibility or our responsibility, and understand why that's happening. But so I'm probably to ensure that I'm going to make the right funding decisions towards both our strategic direction and the monies that we have available. I suppose I'm really looking to see that the science programs are the must-haves, the ones that are good to have, and the ones that are the cream and the crop that we could do without because someone else might be doing it. And I'm not saying you've got any of those at all, but I mean, I think that's quite critical for us to be able to make that decision at the end of the day.
Yeah, I can quite a little bit of feedback on that. So I think where the program currently sits is that it doesn't meet the current, we wouldn't be expecting to fully meet the requirements of the current NPSFM, but we know that's going to change. Depending on what the next set of national documents looks like, we may have things within our current program that are a little bit beyond what you might describe as the must-haves under that document.
Yeah.
But what I would suggest too is that as a council, you want to think about the strategy with regards to future NPS documents and future government's approach to this type of thing. A lot of the work that's been done by the teams, especially in the wetland space or the Indigenous biodiversity space, I describe as very much foundational. So it's not advanced. It's not, we're not at the top of the triangle in terms of dealing with the high-end decision-making stuff. We're just getting a sense of where the region's at, and that's probably quite important information to have when one of those swings in NPS narrative occurs again. And we'll just, I think, so it'd be worthwhile thinking about that, and thinking about the long game in that space. You know, it takes years to collect this type of information, and when it can be quite, certainly challenging and expensive to try and do it quickly. And so it might be a better approach to look at it as a slow burn and continuing to collect some of that foundational information at least. But the team will need to have a good look at the science program when the new NPS arrives, and make sure that one, it's going to meet the needs of that NPS, and then two, identify those areas that are priorities or not.
Gretchen.
Yeah, sorry, it's an annual plan workshop, I know, so we're not aiming to add a whole lot, but we are having a good discussion here. And I think I've said it before, but I still think that we need a science strategy of what are our outputs we're actually aiming to achieve through our science. And we've talked about them all briefly again right now. We've talked about, we've grown quite organically, I think, based on NPSs or changes and shifts in government expectations, and they're going to just keep happening. But what does our council actually deliberately want to invest in, and being able to communicate that clearly? We've talked about science communication being really important, especially where we are at the moment with having quite a lot of data now. Ability to analyse the data we have got really effectively as well, and harvest that information and present it, and then what types of info we want, whether we want just state of the environment, whether we want broader investigative issues type work. Do we want to do state of environment reports that integrate every type of environmental factor that we could, which I think we've grown to be able to do that now. We're basically monitoring everything to do with the environment. So we could have a really powerful analysis and reporting, different to what we've got now. And I can hear from Tom that he's got all those ideas, but we need to be able to agree to them, I suppose, as a council, and get on with it, I think. Most of what we got.
Absolutely superb, Gretchen. That's probably what I was trying to aiming at, but in not so eloquent
words.
No, absolutely spot on. No, really, really good. And I think that's probably something we need to highlight to our community, that we are doing a lot of foundation work to really ensure that we're starting from the right spot. So really good. Further questions? And thanks, Tom. No further. Turn the wheels onto the next slide. That was fitting, wasn't it?
Right, this is probably the bulk.
Oh, right, we'll have a break now. Yes, I've been told we'll have a break now.
Just because this is, sorry to throw that in there, because I know you've only gave me an hour, but this is really the biggest discussion of this session today, because this is the one where we do have some information that Lorraine and Anita will share that is going to require no decisions, obviously, but some really good discussion to inform what we come back to you with in a formal paper. And I'd suggest the conversation will go for quite a while. So to avoid interrupting, I'd suggest to take a quick break now, and then we can just stay here while we get through these transport slides, if that works.
10:15, is that soon enough? Is that about right? Yes.
I didn't see it.
We'll continue on. How's our team online? Kate's there, Lex is there. Cool. Welcome, Lorraine.
Yep, here.
All good? We're up to slide 14.
Yep.
Transport.
Yeah, thanks. Just a very quick intro on this one because it's a little different than the others. This is one area that staff are identifying as potentially material change, and there might be some flow-on process considerations around that we'll talk about later. So we've got Anita and Lorraine at the table to talk through the sort of format that you've had today and to actually look at what's the changes that have occurred. That's largely around the funding that we haven't received and the impacts of that around our business case that we had in the LTP. I'd just like to make a quick apology on behalf of Anita and you guys. We had a slide in there and last night, I don't know how, in my sort of machinations, it dropped out and it posed 3 questions for you just to consider around the material that Anita's going to run through, largely around, where you might want to go and just some very high level direction on that. So I'll just hand over to Anita. Thank you.
And it's especially funny because I wasn't actually allowed to touch the presentation and I snuck the slide in, so that's why that's ironic. But essentially, as we go through the 16 work programs or projects that didn't get funded, we just want some discussion from you on how you want to approach those. So there's essentially 3 options. One is to maintain the existing level of service that you set, which would require a change in the rates, an increase, because we need to match the funding that we haven't got from NZTA. Whether you want us to go away and have a think about what a reduced program would look with the ORC portion of the funding, or whether you want us to not rate for it and just put it on pause until the next NLTP. So they're the 3 questions that we want you to think about and have a discussion so that we can come back in November with a paper to formalise those things. So out of the 20 work programs, 4 funded, 16 not funded. So there is quite a bit to go through, and Lorraine will talk you through the detail.
So and Anita covered what I was just going to what I was just going to jump in there. I think process-wise really important. So this is obviously just a workshop. This is really to introduce a bit more detail about those things that we haven't received funding for and just enable a good discussion around the table from those that are present. November will be a formal paper in public that will enable some questions and some debate and some decisions as to how we then carry that through in the draft annual plan. So today is just to force staff to be able to hear from councillors around your thoughts. We will obviously then go away and turn that into a paper that will have some staff recommendations and some options to enable a formal decision to be made or formal direction to be given by council through a paper that Mike will then carry through into the draft annual plan.
Thank you.
So, do you want to speak to this slide, Lorraine? Or do you want me to?
Yeah. Yes, okay, so we prepared the LTP based on the Wakatipu network, the Queenstown Public Transport Services business case for Wakatipu and the fares and frequencies business case for Dunedin. Prior to the LTP being finalised, we'd already had an indication from NZTA that they wouldn't be funding the fares and frequency business case. But of course, there was a significant amount of work involved in that business case. And so we, in discussion with NZTA, looked at some, low cost interventions, early interventions for the business case, which we then council considered in February. And they were some just frequency increases for our pretty popular routes that aren't already frequent. So Route 8 is our most frequent, that's
Norman B, St Clair. And then we were looking at routes 5, 6 and 10 from Pine Hill or Poho across town, making them more frequent. And we were looking at overall increase in service bands for as many routes as we could, I suppose, fund as a sort of a low cost intervention. And we didn't receive funding for those. As I said, that they were part of the whole fares and frequency business case. So we were proposing those as low cost interventions in years 1 to 3, and trying that funding pathway, because we didn't have the business case, which is what we call low cost, low risk, and that can be a maximum of 2 million in a 3-year period. However, we didn't receive any of those, but it's important that the rest of the LTP from year 4 kind of assumes that we would have got that funding and started a process of increasing service delivery, and I guess, improving the level of service across the Dunedin network. Some of it is in response to, we've had a lot of patronage growth, so we just need capacity. But also it was a mechanism for delivering on the best frequency business case, which is increasing mode shift. And so that's why I say when we get to year 4, we will, in a scenario, if we don't provide any improvements, probably be, I guess, a bit behind the 8 ball. And then the other thing to consider for Dunedin is post the development of the LTP with the release of the GPS, we also will be across all the networks moving towards increased fare box recovery. So we will be presenting the community over this period with how they may have to pay more for trips. And if we don't make any investments, then we wouldn't be offering a higher level of service. So that's a potential difficult conversation to have with the community, but it's one we're looking at having. Wakatipu, believe it or not, we did quite well. We got the low cost, low risk interventions, which are kind of early works for the Queenstown Public Services.
Lorraine, sorry, these are on future slides. I'm just.
Oh, sorry.
Anissa, do you just want to do the high level summary, because then Lorraine can speak to the individual projects and the slides that are coming up?
Sorry. Yep, so this is just the drivers for land transport. So as Lorraine's articulated, there's some business cases that sit underneath what we do, and that's a requirement of working with the ZTA. So that's driven a lot of the assumptions that were built into the LTP, and that you've made decisions on already. There's obviously a whole lot of the strategic directions that also are supported by the Transport work program. So our LTP has been built on what went into the NLTP, and now we've got the gap. So that's the conversation, is how material that gap ends up once you've had this conversation, and whether we need to consult in terms of the annual plan. So we will talk you through the 20 projects.
And then just to be, the conversation about fares is going to happen through the RPTP, which is the work that's already underway, not through the annual plan, but obviously the two are linked.
Yeah. So these are our.
Yep, go Gary.
Sorry, just that last, under our issues and key assumptions, where we say Otago's electricity grid supply is sufficient to support full electrification. Is that an assumption yet to be materialised, or is that an assumption that we've actually satisfied ourselves is the case?
We have progressed in satisfying that, and it certainly is fine for the Dunedin and the proposed changes to the Wakatipu network.
Okay, so we're happy that is achievable. Okay, thank you.
So these are the 4 projects that got funding. So that we don't need to have a conversation about these. We just wanted to make sure that you had the whole package. So the first one is I think it's $300,000 for just to try and maintain the PT network and avoid gridlock when the Queenstown Package Road works. The roundabout upgrades and stuff are happening. So so that's useful, and we'll be able to pull on, draw on that when we need to. Increasing frequencies to 15 minutes on Jacks Point, or half an hour. Half an hour on Jacks Point and Kelvin Heights, and then the back road from Arrowtown through to Queenstown as well has got funding. And again, that will hopefully also assist with that main road when the roadworks are going on, just to divert some traffic around the back. So no change or decision is required on those. They're funded in the LTP and the NLTP, so those 4 will continue. But now we get to the slightly longer list.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yeah, I'm just going to. Yeah, I am. I'm just coming to you, Kate. Sorry, I was
Right.
pointing at you and you couldn't see me. Sorry, Kate.
Look,
Okay.
sorry, 2 things. Queenstown Central, what does that mean? Sorry, and this is where we have to be really careful, and I think we've fixed the transit app. Queenstown Central is the old Queenstown.
What slide are you on here, Kate?
Oh,
No, Arrowtown to Queenstown Central, as long as it's not 5 Mile or the Porter development. I just they call themselves Queenstown Central. Alexa understands this better, but I went to get on a bus once. I was trying to work out a bus and it said Queenstown Central, and it didn't take me to where I thought I was going. So that's why I'm asking that question. That's fine. On the previous slide, the bigger question I have, we talked earlier about science communication, and while we do a whole lot of comms on transit, like how the buses are running, I'm not quite sure that we do a lot of messaging on why public transport is so good, and make sure people understand the system. And I'm just wondering if we've ever looked at a slightly different or other almost science communication of transport, because there is a science to it, and you listen to Lorraine and Jack talking about some of this stuff and you think, oh, of course, this is quite different headspace stuff. And we used to have councillors who used to say, oh, why don't we have smaller buses because they do X, Y, and Z, which is a flawed assumption that they only carry 4 people all day long. And so I just think when we're trying to message to government and to our community about the system, we need to articulate some of that stuff better so they understand why, and doing that before we look at a price increase may be a good time. That's a fairly long question, sorry.
No, that's useful. Thanks, Kate. And Lorraine and I have already had a chat with Amanda and comms, and one of the things that we want to do is have a really clear work program. So that's that's an idea that we can put into that mix in terms of increasing our messaging around all the benefits of PT.
Yeah, I mean, you're not taking up car parks, which seems to be the favourite topic of most people. The measure of success is how many car parks you don't take, apparently.
Can I just, I had a question from someone the other day, so I just thought print that the way that the funding from NZTA works is, and Lorraine can correct me if I don't get this quite right, but I think I will, that they fund specific projects as per our regional land transport plan that was then submitted and included in the National Land Transport Plan. What we don't have the ability to do is say, you've given us this money for these things and not for these things. We'd actually rather do some of the things you haven't given us money for, so we're going to take some of the money you've given and shift projects. That's not the way the system works. They've given it to us for specific projects, and they are the ones that are now funded. If we chose not to spend our money and do those things, that money would go back to the national pot to be reallocated by priority. It wouldn't. So, for example, if we thought the improvements to the Dunedin network were more important than the improvements to the Queenstown network, we can't just pick that additional funding up from Queenstown and drop it into Dunedin. So we've got what we've got, and we haven't got what we haven't got, and those are the decisions. But the transfer of co-funding is not an option that's on the table.
Can I ask one other great point, please? Thanks, Richard. The other query is the messaging that this government's giving about buses. Maybe we need to be working with a lot more TAs to be, or regional councils, looking at how we message differently to the government, and that's partly why I asked that sort of communication piece. And are we looking at, like, the Canterbury lost out even worse than we did, and working on that messaging, not just for our ratepayers, but for the government to invest more?
Yep, so that's certainly one of the key conversations that happens with both Dunedin and Queenstown is what is the joined up political messaging? And certainly through Gretchen and Andrew and Alexa, I think there's opportunities to try and align that and I mean, there can be certain staff support given to any messages that you may choose to send up to ministers in this space.
On the funding, so we put in $10, they put in $10, it'll be $11 and $9, whatever it is. So have we got any flexibility of how we make up that our $10? Can I take some of my $10 and put it to make one of those services happen, as long as I'm
You wouldn't, that was the option 2 that Anita outlined. So
yeah.
The 3 options again are either we carry on with the level of service put in the long-term plan and we will have to rate for the 51% we're no longer getting, so increasing rates. We can use the money that we are already rating for, so our 49%, to do something. So it would be obviously a significantly reduced level of service, but we could still deliver something. Or we just strike it out altogether and we no longer rate for that activity. So we can choose how to fund our portion, our $10 or $9, whichever way you choose.
But you could do a combination of saying we won't fund those 4 things so we can fully fund the one thing.
Yes.
For example, so you might have said we're going to collect rates for these 5 things. We'll still collect a rate, but move the money into one and have a full service on the one.
Sorry, provided that
it's
the
general
same. It's the same rating.
Yes.
So this is where it gets quite complicated.
Yeah,
We've got a
it
number
is.
of different rates being applied. So
but
it's an option.
but so one of what you don't say is fare box recovery. So if I increased,
The 51% share is less fare box. Yeah. So the share we get from NZTA is less the fare box recovery. So they give us 51% of the balance once we've
regardless of what the.
Yeah.
So you can't, I couldn't say like if everyone wants this additional service, but we're saying we're not getting funded for it. So everyone's going to go up, we're going to go up $1 for everyone and take some of that money to fund that service. We can't, we're going to actually lose. Yeah. Gee, they've done that well, haven't they? Thank you. Carry on. Gary, you had a question, sorry.
Yeah, so just on that, then for each of these items, we're saying that we are already gathering rates at that 49%.
No, most of them are year 2. So most of them haven't started. I think. Has Oamaru started?
It has.
Yeah.
I can tell you it has. It's $5.
Oamaru's the only one of the new things that we started rating in year 1.
Yeah.
The rest of these things are only assumed to start rating for in year 2 or beyond, if that's when the actual activity starts.
But then it wouldn't be a given too that we can pick and choose and say, well, because we're already rating for 49% of some of them, that we could double them up and fund the whole lot, because wouldn't all of these have been rated or consulted upon and rated upon individually?
So we would have to do that assessment as to whether there are material changes or not, and potentially reconsult depending on the scale of the change. So it wouldn't be an automatic.
Yes, so actually by not getting the second or the other half of the funding, it actually in large rules out the whole activity unless we reconsult.
No, I wouldn't want to commit until we've done the assessment, because some of those are not high value, and some of them are spread. If they're general rate funded, the impact's very low. So we'd need to have a look at what the numbers look like, and then Mike would need to do that assessment as to whether it would require a full engagement process, like an LTP style process.
Wow. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Some of them definitely.
So I'm gonna get Lorraine to talk to the detail, because I'm gonna quickly get lost. I'm pretty sure the first one's increasing frequency to 15 minutes, but Lorraine can confirm that one.
Yep, that's correct. So, as I started off before, so we were looking at increasing frequencies on routes 5 and 10.
So what they are?
Yep, they are Pine Hill to Carlton Hill and Opoho to Shield Hill. So our north-south cross route that unfortunately on a 15-minute frequency, which the number 8 will be to St Clair is popular routes. So as I said, to deal with some of the capacity issues that we're starting to see on our buses, but also increased frequency is a sure driver of attracting new users to PT, and that was part of the drive of business case from the fares and frequency. And the longer service hours, again, it's something. First of all, we were looking at some standardization because we have a lot of variation. It affects people's understanding of PT if they're not sure about when their particular service starts and finishes. So the more consistency that you can have is gives what we call legibility to a service, and that also attracts new users, but it also is an increase in level of service for a lot of people. So we were looking at having a better service span and to improve ridership. As I started to say before, they were part of the fares and frequency business case, which had, increased frequencies across all routes. And so we were thinking if we started some of this in years 2 and 3, that would start us down the pathway to delivering more. So this one is sort of a little bit different to the others, whereas if we don't do anything, we won't quite have the status quo at year 4 business case. It's an existing network, so we have that other new issue which we didn't have, which we've just talked about briefly, which is currently all our networks run on or our bus networks run on the $2 adult fare, and this is something that we are going to have to change or look at, maybe not change, but look at in our RPTP. And if we don't change it, we will have different ramifications for later LTPs as well.
But don't worry too much about the fares today. Just the question is how you want to deal with the proposal of increased earlier and later starts and the increased frequencies on those 2 routes. So maintain the level of service.
Andrew,
Get us to come back with what it might look like at a reduced level of service or not rate for it.
Look, the first 2 bullet points I think would be really nice to have, but I suppose in light of our lack of support from NZTA, I sort of see those as icing on the cake for a Dunedin service. I think we've got the the half-hour frequency pretty much right across the network. Sure, we haven't got the longer service hours to cover off early morning and late evening services, but for the size of the city, I sort of feel that although I would like to have the additional, but we haven't got it. So based on that, I think that my feeling is that we retain the status quo that we've got in terms of the level of service, and put those first 2 bullet points in a bucket to revisit at a later date when we've got more likelihood of gaining support from NZTA.
Elliot,
I think I completely understand why in a difficult funding environment we wouldn't want to be going and trying to set up new services like the regional trials and stuff, even though it's very excited for them. But in terms of the Dunedin measures, I think with the increased frequencies, the 5 and 10, that was sort of the bare minimum that we left ourselves with when we had the wide range of frequency increases that we didn't get that government support for. So we whittled it down to just these two that really, really needed it because they are facing capacity issues. So I'd be pretty disappointed if we didn't go ahead on I know that people in the community are expecting those frequency improvements, but I think the longer service hours even more so is a real safety issue as well as a capacity issue. You know, getting people home safe at night is something we're sort of committed to the public and stuff, and I think that's this is a key part of that. You know, when we've got our routes finishing at 5:30 p.m. on Sunday evenings across the network. I think that's just like not good enough for committing to getting people home safe and stuff. So I'd be very much wanting to see these through, but the service hours at an absolute bare minimum.
Alan?
Yes, look, I agree with much of what Elliot said. I do recall from previous workshops that safety issue, in particular of the evening services, has been brought up, and if that's an important thing as well as all the other benefits, then I would have thought that is really very, very important we carry on. Those others, yes, of course, I would love to see those. However, I can't. I mean, so much of it comes back to the funding, and there's clearly no appetite for having to increase our public transport rates to enable those to happen. So if we're looking at, as Anita said, we could choose this one and not these other ones, I would have thought in particular those later services were the top priority.
Alexa?
Kia ora. I agree with Alan and Elliot, and I think that the later service is the top priority. I don't think there'll be an appetite to increase the PT rate at this point, but I think that this discussion will happen further in our RPTP, whatever it is. I got that right. So we may have to change things later down the track or for the next year 2. But I think right now we can't actually up that. So we're going to have to, if we can, with what money we've got, to improve those longer service hours, I think would be the priority. Thank you.
Kate?
Thanks. I presume that there's two things here, and maybe we're conflating things. There's one is what hours we operate a service, and while we've got funding for, say, X amount of trips, we can change when those trips happen to an extent through the RPTP, but not increase the number of trips. And so the longer in-service hours may be able to be delivered, but cutting services during the day. I don't know. I don't know what it looks like, and it'd be great to get some numbers on these things. And so I think we have to live within our budget. I certainly think now that we're charging other much broader ratepayers for the PT offering, unless we can show real value and some commensurate NZTA funding, that we will not get support for it. So I think we keep to the same budget, but I do think we can look at if we can provide a broader range of services at different, or at least at different times, but maybe less services during the day. I don't know how it looks. I mean, I think Wakaiti only gets, or Waititi only gets 4 trips or something a weekend, so maybe that isn't the chance. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Gary?
Thank you. Yeah, we haven't got the balance of funding that we anticipated, so I think they all have to go.
Gretchen?
Yeah, just reflecting on all the discussions that have been going on. Yeah, and Gary's question about is it substantive or not as well, so that if we just decided that we were going to use the rating that we indicated to do something other than what we indicated we were going to use it for, whether or not that's actually substantive or not would need to be considered. Whether they're getting what they thought they were going to be getting. I agree that we need to live within our budget, or even, overall under the budget we initially indicated, not necessarily just in transport, I'm not saying that, but overall for when we come back to this. So living within our budget is important. There's indications from the government around what they're expecting, and they all sorts of things like private-public partnership, more input from all those sorts of things, and discussions that need to be had with DCC and QLDC about how we work together as well in terms of how do we fund these parking, all those things need to be back on the table. So, but I think coming up, I'm worried that just committing to something to spend the rating that we collected is not what we said. So maybe we shouldn't be doing it as Councillor Noon has said. Yep.
And just to be clear, we will bring options back in the paper. This is not going to lead to only one option and then a light touch saying options 2 and 3 of this, and don't worry about it. This will just help the amount of work the royal we, Lorraine, guys, and her team have to do to inform those options, because we don't necessarily want to do full analysis of all 3 of those options for all of these, but we do understand the need to enable good decision making, that we will need to explore these options in a level of detail to enable those decisions to be made in the paper. So this is all really useful, but I just want to emphasise this is not going to lead to the point where you just get one option and a couple of comments in that paper. There'll still be more than that around some of these, but we can use this just to inform what direction we take it.
Elliot?
Sorry to speak again, but just to be clear about my position, so that we have the full range of options in front of us. I'd definitely like to see what it would look like to fund everything that we've committed to, just at least as an option.
Can I just confirm, because we were just talking about the first 2, do you mean fund everything, or everything in relation to the first 2? Just so I can be clear.
Ideally, like what both would look like, but I was thinking the first 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, I actually think we need to have the numbers, but I don't need to go into complete depth on them. But in reality, if we've chosen those through business cases and the like and public demand to say that's what we need, and if our the mechanisms that we have are generates, targeted rates and fares, and so we need to be able to show people we've made this decision based on we haven't got the funding. This is the impact that's going to be on either your general rates, targeted rates or fares. So this is why we've chosen to do nothing, or that we're doing the service. I think we actually, as long as that's not, I think
the numbers will be in there.
Yeah, the numbers will be there. Yeah, I think we actually need to have those numbers to.
So just round figures. We put in for the routes 5 and 10. We put in the 1 million in each year in years 2 and 3.
Yep.
So that's roughly 490,000 on the rate impact local share, and for the improved services we put in 800,000 each year. So that's just under 400,000 on the rate impact.
So that's
effectively $1 million a
$1 million
year.
a year.
Yeah.
It's
Round up.
not being received by Waka ATA for those first two items. Just and I know you won't have forgotten this, but Dunedin and Queenstown, but given we're talking about the top two, Dunedin also have 5 years of an additional public transport rate to pay back that significant deficit. So just a reminder that that's there as well, and is there for the next 5 years. So, you know, there is a lot being rated, and that deficit is one that would be nice for us not to have to do that, but that's the position we got in through COVID and other things. So just important also to keep in mind that we're not just rating to run the services at the moment. We have a secondary rate on rates bills in Dunedin to pay back that deficit.
Andrew?
Mr. Chair, you mentioned about the narrative when we started the meeting today, and I think whatever happens, whatever this council makes, whatever decision, and I'm probably thinking, if the decision is what to promote it, whatever, and it may not be, I think there's actually a really good story here with PT, and it hasn't been that long ago that we had both DCC and Queenstown Lakes at us wanting to take over the PT service. Now we've got patronage that probably rates in terms of increased patronage as good as anywhere in the country. We're moving to electrifying the buses, which we're now on, I think, the third unit by the middle of next year. We'll transition to decarbonising the bus service. So there's a lot of good stuff. And when we talk about the impact with these additional, it's not so much the impact because we haven't actually got those services there. So I just think the narrative's going to be really important if we need to let the community down lightly. I think there's a really good backstory there to achieve that. Sorry to promote.
No.
The position that I was referring to before, but it's not all bad news. Sorry, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. So if I could just quickly ask Mr. Donnelly, targeted ratepayers in total targeted ratepayers for buses, Dunedin and Queenstown. That's 70,000 rateable units in those areas.
Yeah, I think it's roughly right. That would roughly be about right. I think most of Dunedin's paying, which there's 55,000 in total Dunedin.
Yeah.
And I think it's about 50,000 pay the transport.
Right.
And there's roughly sort of 29,000 in QLDC. And yeah, it's 17,000, sort of about, but over half of that is paying the transport rate.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. And so just adding to that, Lorraine, would be, that's what I'm probably interested in, is that if we were to do these services, assuming that we wouldn't stick to the $2 fare, what percentage would we have, what fare would it have to be to make up for the 49%?
So that can't come into the annual plan conversation. We need to establish that through the RPTP process. I know what you're getting at,
that's cool.
We won't have that information to make these decisions because that has to come next. So I know, and this is the issue we always strike with the planning cycle within transport, is nothing fits together properly. It'd be nice to have all this information at once to make a decision, but we need to go through that RPTP process with community consultation to land somewhere on fares. In the interim, the assumption is that the status quo in fares is used to inform these decisions. Obviously, in the back of your mind, you will have the secondary processes occurring and may well lead to a change in fares in Dunedin, but we won't be able to provide any numbers on that for you, unfortunately.
Right, but for the additional services, do we have to charge the existing $2 rate?
Because that's the fees we've seen.
Because that's the fees you said. Cool, that's good.
They're
Yep,
the same
that's heavy.
services, just happening at different times.
Yeah. Good, thank you. No, understand. Carry on. Have you just got enough from that? Sorry, Anita.
I think we
Apologies.
can move on to the Queenstown ferries. Oh no, we're still on slide one. So Queenstown increased ferry frequencies saying in conversation, we'd like feedback from you, please.
So the proposal was to increase the ferries services. That was didn't rate well in the coming out of the business case, but it was a very popular I guess citizens' choice for a PT intervention. When I say it didn't rate well in the business case, the ferries do a good job, but they have a small catchment. So in terms of the overall what we're needing to achieve and sort of PT picking up the transport class, the mode share in Queenstown, they have a fairly limited role, and they're very difficult to plan over a 10-year period, because once you reach capacity on a vessel, then you've got a very likely investment to make.
But Brian, how's patronage going now? Because we did see, didn't we not see a drop off in patronage with the fare going to?
Yeah, so patronage has been going down since the unilateral 50% subsidy from government was removed, and because of the way that we have the current contract, which we're trying to negotiate currently, is we haven't been able to get agreement with the operator to provide concession fares.
Elliot?
I guess just repeating what I said before, but I think for the ferry and everything below it, I'd be investing fully in the two above it before investing anything in these ones. Ideally, be investing all of them, but I think in terms of financial sustainability, with the other three being new services and the ferry being, as Kevin's pointed out, reduced ridership and investment being quite lumpy and perhaps not the most efficient use of resource.
Further comments on Andrew?
Yeah, similar to Elliot, really. I just see that we would dilute the existing PT service if we were to invest in the ferry service. So I think the business case, as Lorraine's alluded to, is the Achilles heel, I suppose, for that service, because sustainability, it didn't look good from a business proposition. And I think there were even issues around wharf access and wharf infrastructure and that sort of thing as well. I think there's a number of issues that probably are beyond the ORC in terms of wanting to commit to a competing service. I think there are other aspects that you probably wouldn't really want to get any further involved than we have been.
Thanks, Andrew. Alexa?
It's a difficult one, this one. I suspect that there'll be quite a lot of discussion around it as we consult on the transport plan. Yeah, I think it's really hard to give a direction, but I think that we may see people come back to it. What we're seeing with the ferry is it's all about the price, and it's just too expensive for people to see the value in using it at the moment. But when the price is right, they flock to it. So yeah, I'm not sure where to go with that, but we need to keep in mind that I should imagine that there will be a lot of discussion about this in the plan, and if we don't continue to support it, there'll probably be some pushback. So I'm not really sure what to say in terms of direction here, but keep it in mind that it may be something the community wants to continue to support.
So just to be clear, Alexa, this is not pulling all ferry funding. This was just increasing the frequency. So the balance of the contract.
I see what you mean. Of course it is.
Yep.
Yeah, I had to nip out. I lost the dog for a little while, but But I'm back, and so sorry I missed that. And I can see it's written there, increased ferry frequencies. Well, yeah, people do want that, but not at the price. So I think that we're probably going to have to see that go.
Gary?
You haven't changed, all 6 have to go.
Yep.
Okay, so
Can I ask a question on
Okay,
that?
sorry, Kate, yep.
No, I was on the Days Bay ferry the other day, going, which I think is a subsidised service. And I did the return trip to Days Bay after 5. No, it wasn't even 5 o'clock. And I noticed they had a license, a liquor license. And the reason I just wonder is, are we making a point of difference about that? They not only served alcohol, which is neither here nor there, but they also did food. And I don't know if the length of the journey is long enough for that, but I maybe there's a point of difference and we're not really pushing on those ferries to get that value add. Just asking.
It'd be really hard there, the way those ferries are at the moment.
Okay.
Good. Thanks, Kate. Next one.
So Oamaru, we consulted on an on-demand option. This was following some discussions, actually going back to the Kinboran days with Waitaki, and it was based on sort of the My Way that they have in Timaru. So it was sort of something that that community understood, and we identified that we could, I guess, do it quite efficiently if we could, duplicate with the same operator a service in Oamaru. However, it is expensive. It is something that we have started, as noted, the rate for this year, because it required a significant amount of planning to operate or operationalise. But then that ramps up in years 2 and 3 to exactly hit that $2 million target that I mentioned in the low cost, low risk. I guess coming back to that was in terms of the direction that we had from council to look at local services in areas that don't currently have PT. That was by a long margin the most expensive option, and we did in preparation look at other options for like a fixed route service. It's this little bus route stopping at the stops as opposed to the on-demand. And then in consultation, the feedback primarily through the long-term plan identify what we hadn't consulted on, which was actually a Oamaru to Dunedin connection. So we had done some work on that, and we could, that's one of the options that we could come back to if there was a desire to retain some extra funding and look at fixed route service or an alternative service within town, and or the connection between Oamaru and Dunedin.
Richard. And then Kate.
Yeah. Just from the Marie initially, I thought the key issue in Oamaru was that inability to get to Dunedin, basically hospital, and that was the thing that Waitaki District Council initially raised. And I'm not sure where we got to with that and whether there's something that was worked out and is operating at the moment or not. But that was the key issue, I thought.
Yeah, so currently I don't believe there's any services operating, and we do obviously provide our total mobility service, but that only suits people who are eligible for total mobility. It's still a very expensive option.
50%.
Yeah. And there were definitely the 2 issues raised by through conversations with Waitaki District, but also in the consultation, there was PT within Oamaru as well, and that's where the Timaru example came from in terms of what they might like. What came through very strongly, probably more strongly than the within town service through consultation, was the Oamaru to Dunedin return not being available. Whereas we had originally focused it more on the on-demand within town service, which led to that shift.
The Waitaki District Council actually did a feasibility study for us after we gathered them initial information, and that was what the on-demand was based on. That went in, as Rich said, into the consultation document, and the feedback was that the connection through to Dunedin.
Kate,
Thank you. As much as I love the My Way, it wasn't the first bus offering, I think, in Timaru. Canterbury, otherwise, I think, use the Canterbury Vehicle Trust for smaller townships, and in reality, Oamaru is substantially smaller than Timaru, I think. And maybe we should be looking at a step change and looking. So the question is whether there's a different alternative option that may provide a better, at least some outcome for the community. I'm wondering if that's going to be investigated.
You're getting ahead of me. When I got towards the end of all of the local services, that is an option that remains on the table as well, and that we will be presenting back in the paper depending on the directions that we got as well. There are regions, notably Canterbury and Greater Wellington to a certain extent, Waikato Regional Council, who run extensive community vehicle trusts, and they're considerably cheaper option, but they are a different option for a public transport investment.
Yeah, they're not necessarily where I want to go in the long term, but they give us some really interesting data to start off with, and at least facilitate those people with the hardest situation potentially getting at least something, a limited service.
so we have currently collected the rate $5.48 per ratepayer in Oamaru, which when I tell people it's a cup of coffee, I get told that they don't drink coffee and they don't want to buy any coffee. But that's a small minority. Most of the people are said, well, it's about time we looked at something. So where does that funding? So I thought that funding was only for the investigation stage. It wasn't actually putting a bus on the ground. I may have got that slightly wrong, but
no, mostly correct. We've done the feasibility study, or Waitaki did that, and we've investigated it. It was really to operationalise it, like we would have to talk to the operator in Timaru and see that they were willing and wanted to provide the service to Oamaru, and then we'd have to negotiate a contract, and then it's all the establishment costs.
Establishment funding.
yeah. So and then the following year would show the true operational rating, I suppose. We haven't got the. So is there a tip point? Is there a point where we can go back to public and say, before we now rate you the more than the $5.48 to operationalise the service, that we consult to say, this is what we've discovered, this is what we can do. Are we going ahead? Do you want us to go ahead?
So that would be the information that we're planning to come back to you, but just to give you an indication, this is sort of desktop analysis at this stage, and it's maybe a couple of years old, but roughly so that $5.98 or whatever is contributing to what we put aside as 14,000 for this year. So we're looking at around 300,000 for the local share. So you could fund the fixed route hourly bus service in Oamaru roughly for that. You could fund or you could fund some element of delivery of an Oamaru to Dunedin service, which, you know, depending on whether it was 2 or 3 services a day or 3 or you know, 3 days a week, you know.
Yep.
Daily service or something like that. That's what we have to sort of think about. But just to give you a rough order, that, you know, that $5 will still deliver something.
Yeah, and so the models that we talk about of the trust, and where is it possible for us to get the workings and the costings of those?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have most of them, and well, we have a good idea around them, and we've started attending sort of the national symposiums that they have. But they come with different funding models as well.
Yep.
And I guess it comes back to we're still looking at that as through the RPTP as a service offering, because it's a different level of service that we provide to our current public transport service policies.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm sorry to dwell on this one. I'm just, yes, so really the standard model's not available because we're not getting the 49%. But we have rated a certain amount that could possibly buy us a service of a different configuration that might be driven by the public. So $5.98 or 48, I can't remember which one it was. So that could be the seed funding of a service for the community.
Yeah, certainly.
So
And
possibly
it's
use
just
it.
raised that for this one because we started rating for it.
Because we've already started rating for this particular service, then there is some funding available. So I think if I'm hearing right, and again, this is just to help us shape up what this paper will be, that there might be an appetite to explore a conversation with the community about what a locally funded only service of some type might be it trust or, you know, very limited in-town fixed route service or Oamaru to Dunedin service, noting that it would not receive any subsidy, but I'm not hearing there's a great appetite for us to carry on with the full scale on demand, fully funded by ratepayers option. That's
correct.
Yeah.
Not summed up.
Okay.
Alan?
Yes, well summed up too. Just in terms of the Oamaru Dunedin possibility, is there any way that could tie in with our existing Route 1, just send that a bit further up the coast, or is that just not workable?
Cool.
Different market.
Well, that is what we would need to look at. We'd also want to look at because Intercity currently provides 2 services a day between Oamaru and Dunedin. They're both afternoon services, so we'd look to provide a complementary service or what some other operators, PTAs do is they fund seats on some of those intercity services if there's capacity at a different price point. So you would certainly could investigate it again using the money which we had planned would be to operationalise in this year.
Councillor Noon?
Yeah, I support like a paper coming back, touching on both the Oamaru Dunedin service and any sort of internal Oamaru service and the options that we've talked about, particularly with the community trust option. And I know the My Way service, and I think Lorraine used the words quite expensive or whatever, but compared with a standard PT service, they are a hell of a lot more expensive. We had a presentation, might have been in Queenstown, about My Way, and yeah, fantastic for the customer, but it's pricey. So just back to the connection with Oamaru, I think, we've talked about improving connectivity throughout the region, and Oamaru may well be the first cab off the rank in this space. And they've obviously have a desire to have some, I think as Gretchen's alluded to and others have alluded to, it's certainly been on their mind for some years. And I think Kate instigated a conversation last term, I believe, off the top of the head with Gary and Mo with the Waitaki District Council. And obviously the consultations occurred as well. So I think, we've made some little steps, and I think it would be good to have a bit more information to then settle on with what's been rated, where we could put that money to, I suppose, allow a step in the right direction towards providing some form of connectivity for the Mulraki constituency.
Yep. Is it Kate?
Sorry, I was meant to have lowered my hand. Apologies.
That's all right.
Yep.
Thank you, Gary.
Was the amount allocated for year one, same amount again for year two, same amount for year three, or does it increase in year two and increase in year three?
It increases in years 2 and 3.
Right. So then we weren't reaching equilibrium of a service in year one, we were just establishing, so the rated amount will actually increase again and again if we did choose to proceed with this. The 598 is going to be a higher number in following years.
That's the way the budget's currently set up, but that was on the basis we were implementing an on-demand service. So if that was not the service that was being implemented, my view is that that's a conversation we need to have with the community, rather than just assuming we keep those rating amounts the same and use it for a trust model or a fixed model. We would need to go back out and test the appetite of the communities for that.
Yeah.
But at the moment, as the budgets are set up, there is a step increase in 2 and 3 based on our working assumptions for the cost of an on-demand service.
Right. But on that basis, then I'm still all six on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. We're up to Alex Clyde Cromwell to Queenstown trial bus service now, please. And I've got you noted down as
Yes.
Councillor Keller as a no.
Ditto.
Discussion?
Yeah, so again, this was looking at a fixed route, well, looking at local services where they didn't exist. So we looked at a sort of a local service that didn't really provide in-town circulation in either Alex or Cromwell, but provided a connection from Alex through Clyde to Cromwell and then to Queenstown. I think we ended up basing it on the cost of providing 3 to 4 trips a day for a sort of a little service running between the towns.
Alexa?
I don't think we're going to be able to make this work, and with the amount of money that we'll have to do so. So I'm not sure what we'll do with that money, or if there's another option looking at other funding streams. But I suspect it's not going to fly at this moment. So we're going to have to decide whether or not we try and leverage the funding we've got into something, some private money or something, I don't know. But I guess it's a no from me at this point.
Am I right, at this stage, we haven't rated for that?
No.
Oh, we have, no.
We haven't
So-
rated, Alexa, yeah.
So what's that for?
Year two.
Year 2.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, that's not through this year. Yeah, I realise that. I don't think we've basically got the year to figure out whether or not we can fight and leverage the money we've got, unless something else looks like it's coming down the pipe.
I might have told a small lie. We did have 50k in the RLTP for this service in year 1, so there might be some rate to be collected for it.
Was that just planning money though? That was planning money?
It was a
Yes.
minimal amount of essentially establishment funding. Again, there's no
And general
proper
rate.
funding being, general rate, there was a decision made at the time that all of the, other than Oamaru, for the other regional services, because there'd been no feasibility and no lower level sort of pre-work, we would just general rate a very small amount. And then from there, from year 2 onwards, it would be, it would fall into a different model. So that's what that seed funding is effectively. But there's certainly been there's nothing before year 2 substantive for those 2 services.
And we're still running into the same issue of development down the corridor at the Queenstown end of that route, which is going to become highly problematic for people commuting from Cromwell or even Alexandra to Queenstown, which that bus service, part of it would help alleviate that. And we still have that problem to solve. So how can we best spend what money we have got looking to solve that problem?
Good point, Andrew.
Yeah, I wouldn't like us to lose the focus on this one. It's only going to get worse, as Alexa has alluded to, with congestion as you go into Queenstown. But even if we could have some info around the community trust potential of some sort of partnership there, or I wouldn't like us just to completely forget about this one. That's all. At this point.
Yep, we've sort of looked at it again, just a desktop exercise within those car centres, and we have made some connection with some people who have offerings in the community vehicle, but part of the so when we put money into an activity into the RLTP, we can get that funding to operationalise it. So that's why there's these small amounts for certain activities, because currently we would like to provide you with all of that information, but by putting some money in these early years, we actually get the resources to investigate it and operationalise it and provide it. We're trying to get into that space, but we're not in that space at the moment. So that's where it would go.
I think what we'd be doing is indicating there is some high level desktop information, because the team have looked at this. What I would probably suggest it would look like is that high level information with a view to using that small amount of funding potentially in year 2 to further undertake that feasibility work and see if it's worth establishing. I don't think, given the current funding and level of information, given that that's not what was on the table for those 2, we would be doing it in year 1 with a view of running it in year 2. But it's something that we could bring back through this discussion as part of the paper, that you might direct us to go and do more targeted work on, given we know there is no subsidy on offer for a traditional model.
Gretchen?
Yeah, no, I feel the same as Andrew. It's been hanging around for ages. There's something that's important to the community and possibly might work. And it's good to hear that there might be some money there for feasibility. So you covered all that. Thanks.
Yeah, I probably just want to reaffirm that. Look, I think if we couch it around, we haven't got that 49% funding or 51% funding, but we understand the public demand, the public's will to have that service, and we're going to have to look at other models. So I think that having that seeding fund to look at those models and really put it back onto the community to say, well, this is what we can provide. We need to work together to make something happen. Until government, whatever government is, until that policy changes, Comfortable?
I had a hand up, sorry.
Oh, yes, Kate, I
Sorry.
just saw that.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with the last 3 speakers, really. I think what we need to make sure is we're talking to the industry groups up there and the business operators. What I think is happening is that there's a whole lot of businesses with a lot of staff moving along those corridors, but not enough for any individual business to take ownership as a potential provider, but we could be facilitating with a number of workers a very different partnership model.
Yeah, I think it makes good sense, Kate. And really, if we just look at Dunedin to Macrae's Mine, I mean, they've
Yeah.
got their own buses on. So, and they've got the level and the volume of people to move. So
It's not subsidised, but I'm not averse to doing a subsidy if it got people off into their cars and off those roads. The other part is there is a very clear, and this is where if we can show the economic good and the tourism growth potential, I think we've got this route would give a very good story to government to consider funding, which we probably haven't articulated well enough. And when I talk about tourism, I'm talking about having industries well supported. A lot of them can't afford to live in Queenstown, so they live in Cromwell, and then they can't get to work. So I think we can tell we need to build up to a better story that would get Joe Mooney and others thinking that we could be helped.
thank you. Clear guidance from that?
Yep.
All right, good.
Can I just pop one thing in there, please?
You may at this stage, Alexa, you may.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think what Kate's saying is everybody. I agree with what everybody's saying actually, but we need to use what we've got to leverage. That's really the thing here. The problem with Queenstown, it doesn't have the single employer as like a Macrae's Mine. So you're not dealing with one person, which makes it all that, one company, which makes it all that more difficult to come up with solutions. But I think we have to look for that collective somehow to make this work. So thank you.
Thank you. Balclutha Airport, Dunedin. So we're moving the airport down to Balclutha, and so we need a bus service. Is that what we're saying?
Something like that. So this one did generate quite a lot of submissions. It's quite popular. It's a little bit different to the others in that it sort of is, I guess if you like, it would be a similar extension to the Dunedin network as the current service that's through to Palmerston. And so it is just I think we looked at basically just a couple of return trips a day, but it does open up, opens up the connection through to the wider Dunedin network, so you can travel to walk more than one place once you get there, and then it extends the Dunedin network through to the airport, which, as I said, was quite prominent in submissions. Again, we need to work with Intercity because they offer some services along that route at the moment, but we were looking at to do that a fairly, I guess, moderate investment of around 225,000 a year.
Thoughts, Kate?
I've got a couple of thoughts on this one. I think there are two different markets we need, or probably three different markets, but the one that I'm going to emphasize here is the health one, not urgent health, but ones that just have regular meetings in Dunedin, that we should be talking to the Ministry of Health about that and how real that issue is. The other one is the airport. I think we need to have a reality check. As much as I've always wanted an airport bus, but while the DCC and DCHL are requiring, I think, getting a return higher on their car park than they do on their dairy farm, then we have they're not necessarily going to support it, and they've got shuttles. So it's being really clear if there is a market there or not, because the shuttles do provide a service, and focusing on having a successful service, because going through the airport could actually make everything else redundant because it just takes that extra time. So be careful what we wish for, be really clear about the purpose. And I think there is a demand to have something there about health equity, if nothing else. But I think if we try and do it for everyone, we're doomed to fail.
Sorry, I should have just noted that with this service and the service through to Queenstown and the Oamaru to Dunedin, we also tested them under different fare scenarios than what they're currently provided for in terms of our fare.
Yep.
So we were always, I guess, anticipating that as we went through planning and delivering these services, they would be at a different fare point than the current services.
Good. Thumbs up, Kate. Mooney.
So just to confirm, there's no funding at this point in time. It kicks in year 2, other than maybe some rats and mice that.
Sure, it's the same as Cromwell.
It's rats and mice.
Rats and mice. Yeah. Probably, I'm similar to Kate. Once again, Kate instigated the discussions last term with Clutha District, and I can't remember the staff member at the Clutha District Council that looks after social services or whatever, and she made it reasonably clear that, as Kate's alluded to, that some sort of service that would help folk that had appointments, whether it's Dunedin Hospital or other appointments or whatever, that seemed to be the main thrust of where the council were coming from, and obviously they've got good connections with various community trusts, and they certainly talked about an existing service, and no doubt Lorraine's team will be familiar. I can't think of the organisation. It might have been Lions or JCs or some, one of those organised service groups had a minibus that had regular trips through to Dunedin, maybe 2 or 3 times a week or something like that. But once again, I will not see us completely forget about it at this point, simply because NZTA have said no. I still think that if we can move forward in some way, shape or form, build a stronger case, for further down the track to leverage funding or decide on a more appropriate funding model for the service when we review, not through this process. I think this is an area of growth which we need to stay in the fight, basically.
Gary.
I think with both these, but certainly with the Alex Clyde Cromwell one to Queenstown, what was explained to me by people who were quite keen for it, in comparison to what was likely to be eventuated, when they actually saw what was going to be eventuated, probably wouldn't fit with the varying thoughts about what they were hopeful for, because of the multiple points of destination, the multiple times that they were hopeful a bus is going to be able to deliver them to. It certainly is the polar opposite to, say, a Macrae's service, because that is one site with very specific times for their shifts to deliver the people to. So, I think with both of these, again, the community trusts, when I look at what community trust provides, like the St John's shuttle to Dunedin for health from Central Otago at the moment, those providers, if it's a health provision needed, provides it well. I still sit with ditto. Thanks.
I'm very much aligning Oamaru and Belt Clutha with the sentiments I get is around the health side. I think if I'm transporting someone to an airport or to shopping, they probably don't deserve the assistance on that bus. So my push is more to the health side, and I quote my own odd appointment when the day I went, there was at least 12 other people from the Waitaki district sitting in the eye clinic on that day that all needed rides back because you weren't allowed, after you got the drops in your eye, you weren't allowed to drive. So there was 12 cars as opposed to minivan down on the day, which whatever that was going to be. So, and I think that's for those and financially strapped people and under pressure or not the connections to get rides, and that's a real, and I think that's a growing concern.
Was the 9 o'clock appointment going to wait till 3:30 till?
No,
they
you don't.
finish?
No, it doesn't work like that. I mean, I simply think that's working with the hospitals as well to make that happen. And if you've got to sit around for another hour because you're getting a bus trip back, I don't think you wouldn't worry either. So it's a matter of coordinating the health, and they're doing that Waitaki review and the likes now on health services anyway. So that's where I think that demand is, and it is more into the trust type model, I think, because your shuttle paid full service isn't probably going to be there.
Right, so just so Lorraine knows where she's heading. For these,
On a train bound.
for these three, sorry.
But just one more
Yeah, no,
comment from Alexa. Sorry, yeah. Alexa. She's gone. You there, Alexa?
No, she's not. She's just having trouble with the mouse move. Thank you. I was just thinking the Balclutha Airport Dunedin trial bus service. It's about a lot more than health services, although those do provide a great base, and we do need more of that as well. But I'm thinking I really like what Andrew said, and I think we have to start looking for other, as with the other circumstances, other forms of funding, and that we need to find ways to leverage the money we've got to work with members in the community, including the business community, and try and get something up and running over some time. I mean, Alexandra to Queensland, I hear what you're saying, Gary, but there is absolute peaks in the morning and the evening that could be addressed in some way, shape or form in consultation with those communities if necessary. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, so for those three, what I've heard is that there isn't a desire for us to carry on with the full model as imagined in the LTP and increase rates to cover the shortfall from NZTA for what would be a traditional PT network or an on-demand service, as Oamaru was the case there. But there is a desire for staff to present options. One of them will be around the status quo, which is nothing. And the other one will be further investigation into alternative PT models, including trusts or whatever that might look like, that would enable the development of some connection between those centres as set out in the LTP. So that's what, and obviously we will need to make some assumptions then around the rates impact in year 2. And that will be up to the team to decide how quickly they will be able to go through this feasibility work, subject to conversations with the community, and then actually get something established. So we've still got a little bit of work to do. But does that sound like it's on the right track to enable a decision at the end of November? Obviously, a status quo option remains, which is there is nothing and there remains nothing, and we just wipe those rates from future years, or we have a look at an alternative model to what was proposed in the LTP that is funded only by ORC or third-party funders, whatever that might look like, or third-party funders, and look at developing a model like that.
It sounded for the Oamaru Dunedin, there was perhaps another option of tying in with the Route 1 and the existing commercial operators.
That's, yeah.
So we would look at that in any case. We've also got to obviously identify fish hooks, because whenever we put in a, as you're all aware now, if we put in a bus route that provides an out for the Ministry of Education, they'll drop children onto it very, very quickly, and that then might not serve the purpose. Just for a little bit further clarification, it would help, as Richard said, but to understand what kind of level of service you really want to provide, because community vehicle trusts are great, but they're not a panacea and they're not necessarily the cheapest option. Like a fixed route on, you know, a reasonable alignment like Balclutha or Oamaru to Dunedin is probably your most cost effective option, depending on how you want to do it, but it depends on what level of service you really want to provide. These are going to be what we call coverage routes. They're going to provide transport for people who don't have the options. They're not going to be demand driven, and that's going to factor into what information we give you around sort of the ongoing costs in terms of the LTP. But obviously we want to optimize the number of trips that we're providing for the greatest benefit for, I guess, best price, but the different delivery models.
Which, and then Kate.
I think Gary's probably onto it and what he's imagined and what he's probably talked to people about in his area as well, and that but realistically what we would be looking at probably, what Lorraine's described, is something similar to what we did with Palmerston initially, which is quite, you know, once a day basically, and it covers getting to work and getting home from work essentially for a start, and that potentially doesn't suit your clientele that some people are imagining might be the greatest users of these services as well, people trying to get to hospital, but you could get to there in a day and get back, but it's going to be a long day. But I think that's the reality at this point. Palmerston was probably more successful than we thought it would be as well, and I'm not sure if us imagining in our heads who the clientele is at the moment is actually covering who the clientele would really be as well. Because I think people would want to go and do things in town, possibly they would want to get to work probably from all of these places. There'd be a few that want to go to hospital, but most probably wouldn't, because they would be going other ways. And yeah, there would be people that want to go shopping. And does it suit them to go once a day? Don't know, but yeah, we could have a think about it. Yeah. But I think the reality for us would be a minimal service, yep.
Elliot.
I think that takes what Gretchen's saying, but also that the Palmerston service has proved very popular over time and stuff, and so that probably is a good point of comparison for a fixed route on the route to Dunedin or Balclutha to Dunedin or even Cromwell to Queenstown. But I think we need to look at, especially with government preaching about, you know, public-private partnerships or fare box recovery, that in the case of Cromwell Queenstown, we talked about there not being one big employer that could we could, you know, work with on this, but I'm sure there are business groups, I don't know what the business south of is there or down there or whatever, that have a whole lot of workers going from Cromwell to Queenstown every morning or whatever, that might be willing to work with us and make that a lot easier to establish and get off the ground or something. But I don't know, either way, I'm still feeling that I'd want to invest fully in those top two before any of these, but that there is some real value in the fixed route between the two towns.
Kate.
Thank you. Look, I take Gretchen's point that we don't know the market. That's why I'm really keen to have conversations, and I would love to be having one in Balclutha when we're down there shortly, and actually hear from the communities and having meetings, whether it's around council meetings or not. Just having some socialising the idea to see what people are talking about would be great. I'm wary of Palmerston as an example because it is a heavily subsidised route, and I don't think that's going to be necessarily possible in these on a long-term basis. So we just have to be slightly careful. But the other thing I'm really interested in understanding, Lorraine, and not necessarily today, is what a service comparison for the schools are that does it have to be a public service, a public transport service for the schools to opt out, or the ministry to opt out of providing a service, and what's a minimum that has to look like? Because, you know, if we don't design something around that, then we won't get those issues. I just don't know quite how the ministry works on that.
Yeah, so the criteria are quite simple from the ministry, and it's around the distance and then the time. So if the bus.
Yeah, no, sorry, I get that, Lorraine. What I don't understand is, does it have to be a public transport service that's being as the alternative option? What happens if it's intercity, big or something like that? Because if we're not going to subsidise service,
it has to be a public transport service.
And if it's not subsidised, is it a public by NZTA? Is it a public transport service?
Yeah, it's a public transport service if we have it included in our PTP.
Okay, no, and that's just understanding that. Look, the other thing I want to talk about Queenstown, Alex, and all of those areas really is there's a lot of corporates with buses who want to do good now, partly for their climate. They're all reporting to their banks and to the world about their climate footprint, and I think that's a message that we have to be. There's some really good news stories that we could be using and working with collaboratively from that, which I'm just saying it now because it hasn't been picked up in previous discussions. But most people are now accounting for their carbon footprint, and if they can show that they're helping others reduce it, then that's a pretty good story.
Cool, thank you.
Yep.
And Andrew, one quick one.
Yeah, briefly on Gretchen's alluded to a base service, and I think, yeah, that would be the first, the important thing to have that information, to understand the costs and that sort of thing. Just thinking about Queenstown and just thinking about trying to coordinate some sort of workers' bus or whatever. I'm wondering whether it's worthwhile talking to the
Business South.
what the hell's the
Business South?
No, the builders, traders, what are they called? God, lost it. There's an association that pulls the builders association together. I can't, it'll come back to me in 10 minutes or so, but I just wondered, because someone like that who has got a reach out to all the construction and building contractors and businesses may be worth talking to.
Chamber of Commerce too.
Chamber, yep.
Excellent.
So we're halfway.
19.
We're going to have the infrastructure stuff to do. Thank you for persevering. I'm in charge of the remarks, so yeah.
Yeah.
No, 2/3.
Sort of Lisa, whole of network real time information improvements not funded. That would curtail, I guess, the rollout of upgrades to our real time information and some of our wayfinding and those devices, and the e-signage. In Dunedin, new shelters and safety and accessibility upgrades. This was some funding that we sought to kind of deliver on the Dunedin bus stop audit that we did. And we didn't get funding for any sort of super stops that we were looking at in some of our locations, South Dunedin, Mossgiel and Green Island, where the current facilities sort of are a little bit inadequate, particularly where there's a lot of transfers and around school times, before and after school. And We also thought that we should look at the take a long-term view for the future options for the central hub, or I guess network configurations for Dunedin. So that was just business case funding to start looking at that. And no infrastructure. So we've got the Mulligans Road route approved for in the services, but no infrastructure. So no new stops or shelters. I think we have identified that we can probably relocate a couple of shelters for at least one moderately formed stop, but there'd be some potentially substandard stop locations along that route. And we didn't get funding for we consulted on a Wanaka trial bus service, but under consultation that was changed to a business case for Wanaka. And finally, we had hoped, sort of coming out of the bus stop audit, to engage with Mana Whenua on developing more of a location specific and a vernacular for our bus infrastructure going forwards that we would scale up. So sort of stops and super stops, and then even a hub or some sort of facility in the future that would kind of be all bus branded, but with a Mana Whenua design element.
So we'll start at the top with the real-time and information improvements. Same discussion as the last one. Increase the rates, keep the rates the same, remove the rates. In summary.
Just for clarity, sorry, I know it was very late. Apologies, Alan. Just for clarity.
Lemon cake's just kicking in.
And I suppose the difference here, and I'll probably, it's good that Wanaka Trial Bus has got a bit of an asterisk because that is slightly different to the others. The others are infrastructure spend, one-off. We're not committing to a change in a route or timetables or anything that, once we make that change, there is an assumption rightly or wrongly that that's then maintained for a continuous period of time. These are specific infrastructure projects that we now can no longer roll out at the speed we had hoped to roll them out, and which would have resulted from the subsidy we were getting. So just to make sure that everybody is aware of the difference between the conversations we were just having and the conversations on this slide. And I don't want that to come across as me advocating one way or the other, but they are slightly different in terms of what we were just discussing, because these are one-off costs. So when we talk about those three options, we're either saying we rate more and we still roll these things out at the speed we had intended to roll them out in the long-term plan. We've just got to cover the additional 50% through rates. We roll them out at the speed we can roll them out with the rates we had planned to take for our 50%. So it's just a slower rollout. Or we don't roll any of them out because we don't think it's worthwhile doing it without the 50% subsidy, and we just cut everything. Sorry, Al.
Yes, thank you.
That's all right. Thank you for setting out those options clearly. And I think I'm somewhere in the middle, because I don't think we can roll them out at the speed that we had planned. On the other hand, I think saying, oh, let's not do any of them isn't the most useful approach either. I think probably, and it's not me who could do this well, but there are probably things there you would see as real priorities and really important. And if we can identify what those priorities are for whatever reason, I would favour seeing if we can go ahead with those at whatever timetable we're able to.
So Alan, just checking that. So you're saying give us a priority list.
Yeah, I think that's probably what it is, and then match up with the cost and the money.
Yeah. Gretchen?
Sorry, Gary.
There you go.
We did that audit recently of bus stops around Dunedin, and some of them show health and safety issues, and I think we do need to, once you're aware of that, we need to have a good think about whether those are priorities, some of those, and invest in them where they're significant issues.
Good. I've got Gary, Kate, then Elliot.
Yeah, I'd be probably the same. I think a lot of these are infrastructure issues and maintenance issues that are a responsibility, and while I wouldn't be a fan of looking to try and roll them out faster because of the cost, yeah, over a longer period of time, because some will be a necessity.
So it's Alexa next. Thanks, Gary.
Thank you. I think I agree with Gretchen and Gary on this, and we have a responsibility when it comes to health and safety, so we're going to have a prioritisation of this at some point. Once again, I'm seeing leverage opportunities. I mean, infrastructure improvements, bus stop at Coronet Peak is going to be highly useful to organisations such as NZ Ski, who have real problems with car parking on their sites, and they may well be willing to contribute to those, and probably, possibly those sorts of things need to be explored. And of course, we have to have staff capable of doing that, which is a cost. So I don't know. I think that there's some leverage opportunity in here as well. But prioritisation is going to be necessary.
Yeah. Good. Elliot?
I think I concur with everything Alexa's just said there, and also that Gretchen and Gary have highlighted around the bus stop audit outcomes probably being a priority there in terms of safety. I think the central hub is also probably falls under that category of our responsibilities for safety. But I also think, and excuse the metaphor, I guess, but in ecology we talk about limiting factors for biodiversity or ecosystem functioning or whatever. So in a desert ecosystem, that's going to be water, where that is what's limiting life and stuff. And in the Southern Ocean, it's iron. And so if you chuck in a little bit of iron, you just get massive algal blooms and stuff. And I think that there's probably some limiting factors in our bus network where just a bit of investment there would probably result in imbalanced increase in ridership or use, or just people's satisfaction with the service. And I think that the real-time information is probably one of those, where that's gonna be perhaps a relatively small investment for an outsized benefit to passengers across the whole network. So I'd be also prioritising the real-time information, and I think that the mana whenua engagement stuff is probably just falls under our responsibilities of partnership and stuff as well. So I think that's a pretty important one to be looking at, and that falls under our common stuff as well. It falls under our partnership and stuff. But yeah,
Andrew?
Yeah, cut our cloth to fit the 50% of the funding that we've now got, 49% or whatever it is. The list of infrastructure work there includes new capital works plus existing maintenance. So yes, I support the existing infrastructure being maintained as a priority. Yep, that's me.
Just a couple of comments. So just to I'm not going to take the wind down your sails or reassure you, but we are always investigating leveraging off developers. So there's some account already made in the costs for these. We're always exploring those opportunities and advancing those. Some of the infrastructure improvements for Queenstown would support the rollout of the articulated buses, which business case has us delivering in from 2028. So if they get delayed in this 3 years, then we'll be facing that at that stage anyway, just as you said, to make the system work. And the other point I should have made is that like nobody got new PT infrastructure funding, so the TAs didn't get any either. So while we've done the bus audit and we can fix things like shelters, other aspects like the access to it and the bus bays, the formation of bus bays themselves, which would be the TA funding, we probably won't be able to coordinate with them. So yeah, I don't know if that's helpful or just unhelpful.
No, that is really helpful. Look, I would be just prioritising on, certainly get a priority list, basing that on health and safety and functionality. So obviously the Queenstown one, if your new buses aren't going to work because of it, well, that becomes a priority. You're doing your leverage of funding, but I would just, you may need assistance there with political shoulder tapping as well. It could well be an option. And if you continue, I'm just slightly different to Elliot on this one. Your RT, real-time information. Your real-time information is your efficiency of your service. Really interesting to see a group in New South Wales taking their phones off their children and telling them to catch the bus on time, which is working exceptionally well. So what I'm saying is, if you're running an efficient service, I know that my 9:05 bus will be 98% of the time going at 9:05. I'll be there at 9:05. So I actually put that down. I put that further down the list, really. But the rest on health and safety and functionality. Yeah.
So I think we've done that slide, and the summary is, we'll come back to you in November with a prioritisation based on those 2 criteria. So, yeah.
We haven't done it. There needs to be a discussion about Wanaka.
Oh, sorry. Apart from Wanaka, so on infrastructure.
You better do that, because if someone who,
I think it was far better when I was overseas.
someone I met on Friday knows I hadn't discussed it, but I'll be shocked. Apologies.
Prioritising health and safety and functionality and what it looks like to roll those out over a longer period of time with half the money. So that's what we'll bring back to you for that, and then we can have a conversation about Wanaka.
Yeah.
I was just going to ask, because you mentioned around those TA infrastructure stuff, and I'd included that in my priority list as well, because some of those things we're waiting on TAs for are other, I think, limiting factors where, we can only get so many buses down a road if there's not a bus lane there or something like that. Are we going to include those in sort of looking at that broader investment picture, and maybe if there's areas where, even though it's not within our remit, that's spending a little bit of money there and just helping the TAs with something might be more cost effective than doing something ourselves in a different area or something? Or is that? We just leave them to that?
No would be my answer. That's getting into really, we work very closely with them and can certainly help them with conversations about prioritising and what would be the best bang for buck if they make some of the decisions, or depending on the decisions they make around how they choose to invest whatever they may have budgeted for their share. We again have received money. I just think, again, we would be guided by the table if you think it is worth us investing in DCC infrastructure, because then we could. I just think money is so tight at the moment, right across the transport sector, be it roads or PT or active transport. We're not going to have enough to do a fraction of what I think we would want to do with our own infrastructure. So caution against it would be my advice.
That's probably, I wanted to know if that was something, stuff that they've thought about, and if that's the advice. I think it might be with us, and whether we should be maybe stepping up our advocacy to them now. Not giving money.
Gretchen.
just simply, unfortunately for me, Wanaka's a no. It's an internal network, rather than a connection to another centre, and we have done a trial before that didn't work out too well. And unfortunately, I just don't think that this one is going to work. And if we need to cut our cloth, I think this would be one of them at this point.
So, question, if I just get that clear, that we've said we'd do a business case and we haven't been funded to get that business case, so we're saying let's not go ahead with that.
Yeah, and
Cool, that's it,
indications show
yeah.
that the business case is probably never going to stack up.
Yeah. Cool. Gary?
We
Oh,
were
sorry.
at consultation on doing a trial, but we were asked to do the business case.
Yeah.
And that's what we haven't been funded for.
Yeah.
But we wouldn't get the money for a trial.
And we certainly haven't got the money for a trial, which was, I just remember at Wanaka, that quite vociferous fella that you've done all these, let's do it. Yeah, that's right.
Can I just check,
Thank you. Yeah.
funding? I wasn't at that meeting, but I heard about that. The rating for the, when had we funded the business case? Year 1 or year 2, Lorraine? Just so we know where we currently stand.
Yeah.
Years 2 and 3.
So there's nothing taken currently.
Yeah, nothing, haven't taken any money yet. Councillor
Thank you.
Kelleher.
Yeah, I'm the same with Wanaka. Unfortunately, maybe at a time in the future, but I don't think we're ready for that yet. And so yeah, I'll be cutting it off. Also too, just in case whether the table's aware or not, Payne Rowley is the new mayor of CODC.
Councillor Noon.
I would have thought about the last meeting of the DCC Queenstown Lakes PT discussion, where I put my hand up to say, well, you know, be a bold OIC councillor not to push the Wanaka scenario. However, my out is that I was at that point thinking we had funded, we had been rated for the 24-25 year for some either feasibility or business case or whatever. So I think I can support what Gretchen has just said, but I think it's really important we stay in the fight here as well. I think this is an area where, huge growth. There's a need for some better connectivity for the Wanaka district, and whether that's connecting out to Lake Awea with this huge growth, or Luggett, or whatever, or it's an internal whatever. I think we need to stay interested, so to speak. But can I just mention, you know, we talked about, someone mentioned about having conversations with developers when we're talking about infrastructure, shelters and stuff like that. We haven't got a policy, or we're not, I don't think we're allowed to under the Act or whatever, a development contribution policy, but we have a financial contribution policy. So I suppose my question is, and comes to mind with you know, the development out at on the Taueri, on the bottom end of Taueri, bottom end of Mosgiel, golly, you know, 600 odd residential site. And I was just thinking, well, have we ever activated a financial contribution? Have we ever triggered one of these with a residential subdivision in light of the potential, not the potential, but the involvement of some sort of PT infrastructure as part of the development? I don't know whether that's a question for Nick or not, but
we do have a development contribution policy, because it's a development contribution and financial contribution policy, so it covers both. Regional councils just can't charge development contributions. So although we've got a policy that says we can't do it. Financial contributions we can do, but then they're linked to our regional plans under the RMA. So they have to be allowed for specifically in there, and therefore whatever is specifically allowed for in the plans, and I think there is like a couple of specific things in maybe the air plan and the water, the old water plan, but we've never used them. So basically, yeah, you'd look at it through those plans, whether you would, you know, whether you would start to utilise those, but I don't know. I think they'd be fairly limited.
And I don't think you could use one to provide for transport through a regional plan water. Maybe if the regional, a land and water regional plan went further than what the current draft is in terms of urban development, you might be able to, but at this stage, I'm not sure, but I don't think you'll be able to.
No, that's cool. One last thing, sorry.
Yep.
Master Builders Association. is what I was
Yeah.
thinking of before, sorry.
I was going to tell you that at lunchtime and then let you come out with that just to help you, but
I'm
Jerry,
not sure all builders are a member of it though.
no,
Just on the development contributions one, my understanding of it was that it's for outside of the development infrastructure. That is, your sewage or whatever for at a communal level, but then we have outside of the development infrastructure with our flood schemes that then has to handle a runoff from a larger surface area. So Nick, your answer to the question was around we don't have the ability to charge development contributions, and does that still include our infrastructure that we own and operate for providing that service?
Yeah, well, I mean, regional councils under the legislation, I just think about, but we can't charge development contributions, so it's irrelevant, but TAs can charge it. So it's a bit the same as other, you know, other infrastructure. They could charge development contributions to cover bus infrastructure. So, you know, they've got the ability to, we just can't charge development contributions. But we tend to pay up front for infrastructure and invest it to the TAs. Whereas when you've got new developments, whether they should be actually building that in and having it as part of their plans for those developments or getting development contributions for that from developers. It's just regional councils can't charge them.
Right. I'm just thinking more from our flood schemes perspective.
They just become ratepayers within the scheme. They would pay it off over time.
yeah, the 600 would be levied on that basis.
Oh, if you're thinking about flood infrastructure, yeah, then like Richard said, if you have a development happens, then all of a sudden you've got a whole lot more properties there.
Yes.
Particularly if it's flood and it's capital value and they develop them, you're going to have more capital value to spread the rate over.
Yeah.
So that's how we would get it, but we can't charge a development contribution for them actually coming in.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've just been going through the long-term plan documents, so I just want to clarify something that the proposed program will go ahead. This is in relation to the Wanaka business case. Proposed an Upper Clutha business case, instead of the proposed Wanaka trial, the cost of the business case will be brought forward to year one and funded by an Otago-wide rate. So that was the decision that council made. So Otago-wide rate, I'm assuming, is a general rate, Nick, which was what we decided was the way we would deal with all of these sort of pre-feasibility, which included the business case for Wanaka. So we were right in our answer that we have not taken any specific rates from Wanaka for the service. We had indicated that in year one, we would complete the business case using general rates, but we had assumed it would be 50% funded. So that's where we're at, just make that clear, because I think we answered that we hadn't taken any rates. We had taken some general rates for half of the business case costs, sorry. It doesn't change anything, just making sure we know where we're at.
Yeah, thank you. Elliot?
So, Rich, do you recall how much the bid was budgeted for the business case or Nick or anyone? Yeah, alright. Sorry.
Sorry?
Do you recall how much was budgeted for that business case?
Yeah, so it wasn't budgeted as a business case. So that's the important thing. We put in 200,000 in years 2 and 3. So some of that will have been brought forward now for based on a fixed route service. And this is probably quite an interesting, and I don't think we could do a business case for 400,000, so the years 2 and 3 for Wanaka. I think it would cost more than that, and then we would be looking at trying to do it with 200,000 if we didn't have co-funding. This is probably an interesting thing coming back to our little conversation that we had before around service offerings and the way that you offer it. When we looked at it at the desktop exercise that 200,000 is based on, that was a Lake Hawea Wanaka and a Wanaka circular, but as a fixed route. You'll remember that they did a trial of that, and that was just under 200,000. And when we looked at, based on that trial, because it was a community shuttle, we had some information. The 4-vehicle community vehicle trust operation, we weren't paying for the drivers. It was a trust operation, would cover greater area, and we thought that was going to cost around $164,000 a year, and that's like not paying the drivers, which you can't do under a community vehicle trust. So just for comparative costs, you can see that there may not be a huge difference, and it really does come down to what you're looking at, but that's a little bit of a diversion. But I'll go back to my original point. I don't think we would get a business case done for 400,000, let alone 200,000. That would satisfy any NZTA, assessment that would get us future funding.
Cool. I think it's really helpful context, because I think this one wouldn't be, I've already said what my priorities would be on this list and stuff, and this wouldn't be it, but it is something that the community's been asking. And I guess we heard that whether or not it happens, they kind of just want us to stop flip-flopping around it. And so I feel like this might be something we just have to ask the community, hey, are you willing to pay this much in a targeted rate for a business case that will cost this much? And just do that entirely as a targeted rate. But I don't know whether that would be consulting for this annual plan, or whether that's something we leave for the next long-term plan, or what. I don't really know, but I think we just need to ask the community if they're willing to stump up for it, and then if they are, then go ahead, and if not, then we don't.
Andrew?
Sorry, I just picking up on what Elliot said, does that not go against what we decided LTP based on these regional services where we were general rate funding these additional regional services? I hear what Alice just said, and I was just thinking, well, does that send a message to? Probably not, it doesn't matter because we're not in that space, but that will be another conversation at a later date, I imagine.
Yeah, definitely another conversation, but you definitely take the point there. But I think there's a difference between connections between towns across the region and services within places, would be my distinction there in terms of funding.
But the Wanaka one was general funded though.
Yeah, and I would say we probably need to look differently at that.
Keep that in mind.
It depends how you're looking at it. Like you could do a trial for 3 years. That's the low cost, low risk. And the intention would be that after 3 years, historically, I'm not going to say that it happens now, you would be able to demonstrate to NZTA that you had a service that warranted funding. And then a different pathway would be to prepare a business case and have that assessed and get approved for NZTA for future funding. So in that respect, they're just sort of two versions of the same investment pathway.
Cool. Further questions? Comfortable?
Yep. Thank you. That was a really helpful 2 hours. So we'll again, we'll go away and shape that stuff up and it'll come as options in a paper in November. For you, so thank you for that.
Excellent. So that brings us to the end of transport, or really the beginning of transport, really. So if we go, we grab lunch now for, let's just do a half-hour lunchtime. Is that be okay? Is that okay with staff? That we do half-hour lunch?
Fine stuff. I can answer for them.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the raw
I
answer.
love
We're not normally allowed a lunch break, so.
Yeah.
This is quite a treat.
Like that. And so we'll kick back off at 1 o'clock.
There you go.
1 o'clock. Thank you.
Well done. There's a lot to do.
Welcome back, and we head to slide 20 and then flip straight over, which is safety and resilience. You have Tom in the chair, up the other end with Mike, and we go straight into natural hazards, priority deliverables, issues and key assumptions, and service levels. Tom. And Kate will be bringing us again, hopefully at 2. She's just out to 2 weeks at time. Thank you.
Cool, thanks. So these slides will be pretty straightforward. So for natural hazards, start with the kind of core natural hazards work that you'll be used to. So flood hazard assessments, LiDAR development, the development of an Otago natural hazards database, and then advising on territorial authorities plan changes. So the year 2 and 3 did have some increase in costs, some increase in costs associated with studies that don't necessarily look at a significant change in level of service, just kind of natural progression in terms of developing our natural hazards knowledge base and sharing that with our communities. One area of note in this particular slide, or this particular area, would be that LiDAR capture. I know there's been some interest from the table around seeing that potentially come forward. we have started progressing co-funding conversations with MB and Lynn's. We've got a second meeting on the 12th of November to go through some of those opportunities in detail and look at what we might be able to do to advance that program potentially ahead of time, or at least within the funding timeframe that we've got with some co-funding element. The budgets as they are currently established in the LTP for year 3 to 6 include full funding of that LiDAR capture, but there's potential for co-funding. Happy to take any questions.
Yeah, to that point, Tom, is I suppose bringing it forward is nice to have as opposed to a must to have.
If you maybe so one thing I would say is that there's a lot of work going in around the region, a lot of investment across multiple budgets, whether it be science or hazards, or some, we work with plenty of other organisations that come looking for LiDAR data as well. Those studies and reports are going to be easy to deliver and have a high quality output if that data is available to them. And so bringing that forward to use that wider data set to support a higher quality output from the studies that are occurring in the next few years, in my view, would be wise and would be an invest to save type thing. The other thing is we as the region's agriculture sector starts working through farm assurance planning and other bits and pieces, we're getting heaps of requests for data, and obviously we can support that in places where that LiDAR is available, but we can potentially do more just to enable the region to move through that farm planning exercise a little bit more easily if that data is captured and available, rather than having people making broad assumptions around slope and other risks that they might have on farm. So there's multiple benefits to this, and it's potentially real value in bringing it forward, and we could look at how that's rated or amortized in terms of loan funding or whatever that might be.
Yeah, so it could possibly be prioritised higher than something else, and something else moved the other way to.
Yeah, there's definitely a potential for that too.
Yeah.
So the conversation was, I think, and it came in, I mean, it's always been a live issue, but even after recent floods, it just, again and again, it keeps coming up, the value of having the LiDAR for the region and the positive impact that would have on numerous work streams we have running, but also huge amounts of work being done by TLAs and other groups as well. So the work that I've discussed with Tom between now and annual plan sort of decisions is how might we be able to bring this forward without having a significant impact on years 2 and 3's rating impact that was signed off through the LTP. So it would be a reprioritisation exercise. It would be looking at where we may have underspent on specific projects, and it would be speaking to Nick about what options there are to finance it over a period of time. But it's just becoming clearer that there is massive value in us having this right across the region. So I just think it's wise for us to bring those options to you.
Yeah, and I guess another quick example too, I think we commissioned some additional, a small section of LiDAR for Roxburgh recently, and it's about 50% more expensive per square kilometre to do it on a small scale basis, whereas if you roll out a large scale contract for a good chunk of the region, you get better value.
Significant savings. Yeah. Elliot had your hand up, and then Gary.
I just wanted to ask what the expected impact might be on rates if we brought it forward.
So we're just looking at options to try and make sure that impact's not significant. So whether that be rephasing studies that are in the existing plan that would benefit from that LiDAR, so having that occur in year 3 or 4 rather than in the first year.
Okay, and that wouldn't affect other levels of service or anything?
No, not on the whole. I think it would all balance out over a 3-year period.
Yep, thanks. Gary, then Tim.
Thanks. Just on that, it's a contouring and imagery tool. And what we're getting is contouring down to, very low gaps as opposed to the higher 20-metre ones that we currently have.
Yeah.
But to look to do the whole region, even though there's a substantial cost, saving rather than specific areas.
I use the whole region, the term whole region loosely. So I think in certain areas where, naturalised areas in Otago that we wouldn't bother, mountaintop and mountain range type areas where we either wouldn't do anything detailed or might look at something that's a bit coarser and therefore cheaper to deliver. But no, you're right. It's there's certainly this coverage certainly has greater value in our areas that are adjacent to rivers or have an interaction with either a flood or landslide type hazard. In saying that, it can be useful for identifying wetlands and other bits and pieces as well. So, there's value in broad scale coverage, but going right up into the Dock Estate and Upper Lakes might not be of value.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Tim.
Tom, you mentioned
First time it's been used today, it'll take a while to warm up.
And the microphone.
Yeah, both. You mentioned co-funding, and I think it was in the breath with VIDAR. So what sort of, I haven't looked recently to see what we've set aside in terms of money for this project. How much is it and how much are you expecting in co-funding?
So I can't answer the how much, but we've budgeted for no co-funding. So if it wasn't to arrive, we could still deliver the whole project. And the conversation we had during the LTPs, if we were to receive co-funding, we could accelerate the delivery. I can't remember the number, but we will make sure we've got that obviously when we bring forward any options. But the way the LTP budget was structured is zero co-funding.
Yep.
And that was on the basis if we were to get it, we would just accelerate delivery.
Yeah.
I also can't remember the number off the top of my head, but it's in the order of $1 million over 3 years.
The co-funding or the cost of the project?
Yeah,
Okay.
co-funding would be, at the moment we're talking about levels in the order of 50%.
50, okay.
Further questions on that slide? Cool, carry on.
So this next slide's focused on our adaptation program within natural hazards. So this, include the Delta, Head of the Lake, South Dunedin Futures. I do note that the slide has included the Delta twice. Not doing two things there, it's just twice. This program is the funding levels are largely static, and that relates to phasing. So the intent is to get through this South Dunedin Future program of work that's laid out at the moment, and then as that starts to ramp down, start to ramp up a program of work and include the Delta. You've seen papers on all of these recently showing progress or intended progress for the next little while. Funding is not proposed to shift up significantly. In fact, there's a little drop off in year 2, coming back up to year 3, just based on that phasing. If you take any questions on this one too.
Elliot.
Are we anticipating needing to budget for expenditure for South Dunedin Future stuff once we decide on adaptation options and stuff, and that comes back to us early next year?
I think if we are looking at funding additional work in South Dunedin, and that will likely be in the next long-term plan round. I think you'll find many of the intervention strategies and that sort of thing are tied to TA funding or infrastructure, but there might be something here for us as well.
Yeah, we're shaping. Good. Comfortable? Moving on.
So next slide is talks to our flood protection and drainage schemes, so not including the river management work. So broadly, over the 10-year period, you see an uplift in funding for a range of infrastructure projects, and that's all spelled out in the infrastructure strategy and asset management plans for those schemes. So for the next 2 years, you start to see us stepping into that growth. There is potentially some opportunities, as I was saying before, in relation to that LiDAR work. There's some potential for rephasing of years 2 and 3 to allow some logical phasing work and making sure we've got the right inputs available. You do see a bit of steep growth. One thing I would note is the next 2 years include quite a few studies and assessments of schemes, and so in year 3 you start to see some of those studies then result in decisions for this table. There's money flagged in the long-term plan to fund anticipated projects, but it could be that decision that it might be that the report comes back and says that problem's not as big as we anticipated, or bigger, as the case may be. There'll be decisions that then impact what their funding profile looks like going forward. At the moment, so best guess. Those studies too are just working through phasing of all of that at the moment as well. And there might be some potential for some of those to just need to take a little bit longer, and that might affect the level of funding required in years 2 and 3.
Questions, comments? So, Tom, for our deliberations, and I suppose that might even start from November onwards, you'll have where will your prioritisation be at? Which schemes need the most work or additional or whatever? Are you going to have that?
Yeah, we'll have that available.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Gary?
Tom, those issues that we'll talk about next, safety and resilience around the outlet of the Clutha, and the potential cost that we're going to have there. How do you see that being handled and what impact that would have?
So that should fall into year 1, but also with quite significant funding coming from, there's a potential for quite significant funding from NEMA as a flood response activity, and also some funding potential for to come from Contact as well. So in terms of rates impact, might not be that significant, but they're obviously reasonably significant.
Yeah, cool, thanks.
Thanks, Gary. Comfortable? River schemes?
So much the same as the flood and drainage work. The team here have been working on establishing work programs over the last few years, and now moving into a delivery phase. There's a couple of key consents coming through this year to enable those activities, and so you see a bit of a ramp up in, you should see a bit of a ramp up in willow maintenance, vegetation control, and channel erosion and channel movement management. So year 2 and year 3 include a stepped growth in funding at this stage, to align with I guess what the team has been hearing from this table and from the community in the past around needing more work in this space.
Tom, how comfortable are you with the development of bullet point 3 and issues and assumptions around effective methods of communication to inform? How comfortable with the work program you've got and beefing that up?
Yeah, there's team are making progress, still plenty of work to do in that space. Often that's it's one of the areas that takes the most time when working on, having to get access and work on others' land, and also, after an event like the start of October, we get a lot of, requests for assessments and inspections and their intern work in this space. And so it's one area that we're certainly moving forwards with, but these types of events, you can never meet everyone's expectations because, many calls, many issues going on at once. So we're still working in that space. The team have managed to develop quite a few tools for capturing data recently, capturing information that's coming from people. And through the last event, we spent quite a bit of time focusing on information that was coming in from MPI and other parties, because they were having greater breadth of conversations through community meetings and other bits and pieces while our team were running around trying to fix things. But we had information flowing in through that pathway, which was working quite well. We're just working on how we keep managing things in that space.
Tim, I met a guy the other day who was a farmer on the Watahuna, and he was just talking about the willow control and disappointed that it hadn't continued. It had started but hadn't continued. But I'm just wondering, under your priority deliverables, you've got willow maintenance there. What does it look like? How does it happen?
Typically, we're running inspections, wide-ranging inspections across most rivers each year. Those inspections are followed up with, areas that require some management, and those are prioritised based on funding available. And so what you see at the moment with, I talked about that set funding increase over time. What you see at the moment is, more work to be done in each financial year than funding allows. And so, for a constituent on a given block of land, they might see a short section done, and we'll deal with the most severe challenge or problem, but only that and not that.
So we go in there with a contract crew and they just get cracking.
Yeah, so can do, it just depends on the job and the priority of it. But like I said, there's step funding increases over time to move that forward, and I think the team also getting smarter in terms of working out how to balance immediate prioritisation with getting value out of broader scale works. So potentially picking up some of the less critical sections of willow control, but doing it earlier, and therefore getting it out of the way.
So do we have a priority list of where the most work needs to be done?
So inspections, as I said, inspections are carried out regularly, and those inspections then feed into that list of works.
Yeah, just not aware of it. I'll just, does it come through in reports or anything like that?
No, typically wouldn't. We typically just run that operationally. But could potentially look at daylighting that. We need to look at systems and how we make sure that that's updated and all that.
It seems like it is an area of concern for quite a few people, the infestation of willows, and and we're not seeing sort of reports coming through showing that we're actually doing some work on it. And it was just, you can sometimes get caught out in an awkward situation where somebody's complaining about the willows and you actually don't know what we're doing about it.
Yeah, I can take that feedback on board. So we can get. Andrew.
Priority deliverables at the time, second bullet point, maintain channel capacity and stability while balancing environmental outcomes and recognising whānawhenua values. The ability to obviously balance all those aspects or functionality and objectives or whatever. Is that done? I'll take the Silverstream as an example. We've got a bit of a stir up about that. So on an annual basis, are we going through that process, or is it more like on a biannual basis, or is it how regular is that objective to maintain channel capacity and stability?
So we've different levels of service for different schemes. So the Silverstream, you're talking about straight flood scheme section between well, along the side of Mosgiel and down to the Taieri River. That section is will have a different level of service to say a section of the Waitahuna. So we'll regularly inspect that section and look to maintain a level of channel capacity to deliver the flood scheme's outcomes. Whereas, for instance, on the Waitahuna, some effort would go into maintaining a level of channel stabilisation, but you could still expect the river to move from time to time based on flooding and other bits and pieces. And, you know, there's a level of service is not there that we hold a river static and with no erosion occurring at any time. The team would just prioritise those jobs based on severity and impact, and so impact and the possible or potential impact of the works that they might be able to deliver.
I'll just follow that, Mr. Chair. So in the last, I don't know, 5 years, has our overall goal in terms of capacity and bank stability, it hasn't changed in terms of the service level. And I know there's variables and horses for courses or whatever, like you've alluded to, but we haven't changed, we haven't pulled back on in any way in terms of the service levels.
No, it's definitely pulled back. And if anything, funding's increased a little bit. Whether or not that just covers inflation, I'm not 100% sure, but my reading of it would be that there's probably a little bit more funding available to manage some of these schemes.
So, and just following up from both of those, so if we had, is there someone we could actually zoom in and see this is what's actually happening in the Waitahuna, this is what's happening in the Kakanui, this is what's happening in the Silver Stream? Or
yes, we do hold some capital works program maps and other bits and pieces that do this. I'm just not 100% sure that they cover willow control, and I just need to go back and check. I'll circulate what we've got to the council table.
Yeah, I'm probably thinking more of your work program for this rating period that you have, where people can zoom and say, well, this is expected to be happening at such and such a time frame, or
answer that.
So there, if you recall, during, and I think it was during the LTP, Michelle brought forward, and they also took them out to the drop-in sessions.
Yes.
The maps they're creating for each of our rivers that show the forward work program. So it's still a work in progress, but the idea there is that on our website you will be able to go in and see the scheduled work for that river over a period of time, and it should include everything. So I've just jumped on at the moment. I'm just to try.
I should have phrased my question that from the stuff that Michelle brought forward.
Yeah. So there's definitely the work underway to be able to visually show all of the scheduled work for engineering, including willow control, bank stability, gravel extraction, whatever it might be, over a period of time. So it's effectively a live document that the community can go and reference, and it will also help to hold us to account if we make a commitment for some work, then we follow through and we get that done. So it's probably something that's a little bit outside the scope of this, but could be picked up through safety and resilience or a future committee, just to update council on how that program of work's going to develop those plans.
So we were planning a scheme update report through safety and resilience to after the 6 month period for the year. So we do a 6 monthly type update, and that would include that type of material. The other thing I'd add is that those maps, they look at your forward work program, and that forward work program can, if you get a early October type event, you can end up changing your priorities quite substantially. And so, while we take those maps out to schemes and other bits and pieces, we also try to make sure that there's a level of flexibility to be able to respond within existing budgets.
Excellent. Gary.
Just they're all there. If just search for river work programs, and that's where the team has started to populate everything, including tree works and mowing and everything.
I'll
Gary,
send you a link shortly.
Thanks. So for the work programs, which I guess don't change a lot, like there'll be the set works, and then there'll be the one-offs type stuff and flood repairs and whatnot. But you're saying that there is some extra funding that has been there, or that is there. But do we still get this? Would you say we get the same value for money in the what it costs to do the work, say in comparison to what it costs to do the work 5 or 10 years ago? Are we achieving as much as we used to be able to?
I don't have that information yet to be able to give you a straight answer to that, but I'm going to go have a look. It's certainly a valid question.
Yeah, because if it needed to be more to maintain that level, then I guess we would need to understand that, as opposed to not having a gradual diminishment in increases in costs versus less work being done.
Yes, I haven't seen any. I haven't seen any work that we've done. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That looks at our measures of bang for buck. So how much we're getting done for every dollar. I would expect that over the last 5 years, especially, we would have seen significant changes in how much we can get done for every dollar. But you're looking at whether or not we're still having the same level of service in terms of willows removed or erosion protection delivered. I couldn't tell you that. Doesn't mean the team hasn't made that assessment. I've seen it yet, and I'll go away and check and see what we come up with.
That's great. Thanks.
Tim, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, Richard, honest, but service performance measures. I imagine that we have got service performance measures that cover these priority deliverables that we are seeing on a monthly, in your report monthly. I'm just wondering what they are and how, and if they're relevant enough for us to be gaining confidence that this work is happening. I know you might not be able to answer that right now, but it's just, I'm just sort of saying we have to link these priority deliverables into our service performance.
And so certainly, and Mike will talk through this in a later session, we've got the ability to review our service levels again to when we need to do some further refinement. They're better than they were, they're still not right, and there might be other things that the council table is interested in terms of what we are reporting through to the community. So there'll be in part of this process for year 2 that enables us to look at those and set them for next year.
Good, thanks.
Comfortable? I'm just going to emergency management.
So just on that, there's a percentage of planned maintenance program, river channels maintained, repaired and renewed. And so there's a percentage that gets reported through to you of completion of program for rivers. So high level, yes.
All answering questions.
Yeah, so it is there.
Probably not sort that out.
That comes from us.
Right, last one.
Yeah, emergency management.
So the last slide for me, I think. So for emergency management at Otago, largely looking at consolidating on year 1 levels of funding. So year 2 and year 3 don't have a great deal of increases, little bits and pieces here and there, and changes in where that funding is distributed. But on the whole, same level of service at similar levels of funding. Happy to take any questions on it.
At the civil defence preparedness workshop we had last month, there were various ideas for sort of developing the approach in Otago in some ways. And I guess there's a bit more work to be done on those to develop into proposals, which might happen over the next year, and then we come back here if it will involve expenditure.
Yeah, that's right. So the civil defence team at the moment are going through a kind of maturing phase now, lots of specific scenario planning or specific community planning. That planning work is going to result in a range of actions to improve the service or options to deal with known risks or challenges. That work will have a range of funding implications for TAs, for emergency services, for us, and for potentially for NEMA as well. And so that is a matter of working through those planning exercises and bringing those options back to back to the relevant table at the right time. I wouldn't expect a significant change in years 2 and 3 based on what I know now. But you might see something for the next LTP just based on that maturing process that the team will be going through.
Gary.
What's a mana whenua EM or emergency management facilitator? And how does that refer to all other emergency management facilitators?
So that would be a function that is dedicated to supporting the use of mana whenua infrastructure and working with mana whenua groups to ensure that communities are supported in a way that meets their needs or works. And that doesn't mean it can mean a range of different things, but certainly there was a need for that resource outlined in previous reviews, I think, and then obviously it was funded through the LTP.
So it's an existing position.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a person already from Moiraki who is in that role and has been for about a year.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Tom, are you comfortable that under the existing funding model we have, we're sufficiently resourced?
Yeah, I think we're okay at the moment in the emergency management space. So like I said before, I think as we move through this any planning cycle, whether it be emergency management, civil defence, engineering, whatever, you know, you're going to learn things and know new things, and that is the cycle that the team are going through at the moment. So significant planning for AF8 scenarios, significant planning for a whole bunch of different things, and that they will have recommendations that come out of them that inevitably will have a funding impact, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But that's still to come. So at the moment, we're good. We're just moving through that process.
Thank you. Tom?
Just on this is more of a general, you may have had this conversation this earlier on, but in terms of the rating, for now this is for the period 25 to 26, we're talking about here, isn't it?
Yes.
What was the increase in rates we were planning?
13.8.
It's 13.8.
Yeah.
So have we discussed whether we're going to be below or above that? Or
the comment right at the start of the thing was there is certainly pressure to reduce the ratepayers forecast of 13.8%, and that was highlighted by us all at the start.
Okay, so that's underlying the discussion we're having
Yes.
here, that we do actually want to go below the 13%.
Yeah, and the part that, and I was going to highlight that a wee bit later on, that the senior leadership team, including managers below that, are working hard to see what efficiencies and that the programs are on track, and what efficiencies they can gain before they come back to us with the figures in November. And that's without incorporating any recommendations that we may make or direction we give them either now or in November. So. Good, Tom.
Thank you.
That's it. Regulatory.
Yeah, so under regional leadership, we've got 3 activities there: regulatory, planning, and governance engagement. So we'll kick off with Tammy, regulatory.
Will come up this time.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Sorry, Tammy. Joe.
Tammy can come up, it's all right.
She can, yeah. Probably answer the question.
Yes, you could. Far better than I was. Right, so regulatory, so this covers the other activities within the environmental delivery group. So broadly speaking, this is our consent processing under the RMA, compliance monitoring, investigation and enforcement services. So that's our compliance team. environmental response services to pollution incidents or notifications of non-compliance. So that's our investigations team. And then also we've got our regulatory data and systems team that also support that. And this area also covers our harbour master team. So this is our bylaws and procedures to enable the safe use and navigation of ports, harbours, coastal areas and inland waterways. And supporting that is also a response to non-compliance and incidents underneath that bylaw in the harbour master space. So issues and key assumptions here, regulation change and potential impact on consent processing, including RM reform and legislative change. So that is in terms of the changes that have either happened or are proposed to happen to national level direction or RM amendment in terms of Bills 2 and 3. We do have an assumption of fees and charges and cost recovery that underpins consents and compliance and regulatory data budgets. There was an assumption there that we would be doing some land and water plan implementation work. And as Anita mentioned earlier, that's still somewhat of a live conversation. And we've also got an assumption there that the Iris NextGen system will provide efficiency gains for all of our teams, and that's being worked on at the moment, but that's more from 2026. And then also we, across our groups, there could be legal proceedings, but we cannot predict when or if they will happen and how much they will cost. So there's just an assumption there. Service levels, so they are maintained as what they have been in year one, so just consolidating into year two. And then at the moment in year two, there is some operational expenditure increase in our data and systems team in year 2 and 3, which was mainly linked to freshwater farm plan system, which has now been paused. So that is one of the areas that we will be looking at. So that's the regulatory activities.
Just in terms of your IRIS system,
Mhm.
could you just elaborate a bit on that? What is it exactly?
Oh, yes, so this is a system that is being developed at the national level. So I think there's 9 councils involved nationally through Regional Software Holdings Limited, and it's a system that's going to replace our database called Acela at the moment, which helps us track how we process consents and undertake our compliance activities, our biosecurity activities. And it will be a new and modern system, which we are hoping will mean that we are more efficient in terms of how we do our work, but also the level of service that is then provided to our customers externally in terms of being able to see where they're at in the process. So also a chance for us to operate at regional best sector and some increased collaboration between councils. So really good project.
Yeah. There's been some communication recently in emails. I think Gretchen actually might have dealt with it. Some chap talking about artificial intelligence and the use of it and the efficiencies that should be gained through it. And fair enough, it was a reasonable comment to make. But are we heading in any direction here with this new system?
I don't know how much AI is actually in Iris NextGen, not a tech expert. I do know in terms of the sector, we have been, and this is a regional sector, looking at are there opportunities for AI to be involved in the processes that we do, but it really is just looking at that area at this stage. But we will get a lot of really good gains from Iris NextGen without a high level of AI, just given where our current system is.
So there are some efficiency gains that you're expecting?
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
Is that in terms of staff numbers or?
I couldn't speak to that at the moment, and that would need to go through a process, but I do know that the system will be far more efficient and easier to use than what we currently have.
Can you just, sorry, Joe, just service level, your last bullet point, exception is operational expenditure increase for data and systems in year 2 and 3. Why are we having that? Sorry.
So initially that was planned for the system to support the freshwater farm plan rollout at the national level. So there's 2 systems there. One was called the Bridge, and one is the INFDP, some acronyms that we were needing to implement both of those. So with the pausing of those regulations officially as of I think the 25th of October, we will be relooking at the budget in light of that.
Yeah, thank you. Further questions? the regional planning.
Just, oh, do you want to agree with Amanda? Well, I just know Lisa's not in the room, but,
Do you want to go to the next governance engagement, just in case there is a
all right,
question?
yeah, we'll jump to engagement. Yeah.
We can go back and forth, we've got quite good computers. If that suits, yeah, we'll sneak ahead to 29, governance and engagement.
Yes,
Amanda?
so this should be relatively straightforward. Can I see you flip to the governance and engagement stuff?
Yeah.
Perfect. So this is our collection of activities that focuses on governance. So councillors and our support to you. It covers our engagement, and it also covers comms, communications and marketing, and it covers corporate planning in terms of the activities that are grouped up under this. I won't read out all the activities there, but that's sort of that collection of things that are funded under that umbrella. And one of our key assumptions is that central government reform in the local government space will not occur in this LTP period. So we're just business as usual across all of those activities. And I guess from a service level perspective, we've got a spike in expenditure in year 2 due to the 2025 local body elections. So we have an increase in operational expenditure to cover those. But we're not proposing any changes to what was included in the LTP at this point.
So you've had no thought to that, limiting the number of nominees to 12, and therefore you don't have to have an election. Let's save you a lot of money.
I think that would butt up against democracy, but in reality they are really expensive.
How you do it in the Waitaki, isn't it?
Yeah, elections are really expensive from an
Yeah,
operational budgeting perspective, but very important. And we've got additional comms and marketing budget allocated in the governance budget to cover the education around STV, because council's made the decision to switch that voting system, which for Dunedin is a known system, but for the rest of Otago is not well, I'm not saying it's not known, but it's not the ones that the LTAs use. So we'll be looking at how we support education in that space.
Excellent. Further questions? Elliot?
Is our Manawhenua partnership covered in this slide? Is that where it should? Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. I was just wondering, around. Oh, first of all, I was going to ask around that election expenses driving an increase. Is that an increase above the planned LTP expense? That's the increase.
Not at this
planned
point,
increase,
but
yeah.
we're just getting, I read with nervousness around postage costs and those sorts of things. And we obviously have budgeted for this a year and a half ago. We don't have any indication that it'll change significantly at this point, but you never quite know.
Okay, cool. And then I've a few times sort of run into staff or teams that are keen to do some initiative or something that either we've set out or would just help achieve something else that the council has set out, but then slowed down because that's something that really should have Manawhenua input or engagement or involvement in. But Manawhenua don't have the capacity at that specific time to do that, and so it slows down the project, or means that we can't get that engagement or involvement, which I think both are a bit unfortunate. And I was wondering if maybe initiatives like that run into that problem would be more efficient with more investment to aid in that Manawhenua capacity. Is that something that's a problem amongst staff? I don't know.
Yes, I think we've got, as part of the formation or the building of the LTP, we had conversations with Okaha and Taumarama and tried to forecast out our LTP work program, so that Manawhenua also had the ability to look at what priority projects would be for them and what kind of capacity funding we could support. I think the challenge is that funding only goes so far. The the numbers on the ground, the people that are available as we hear through mana to mana meetings, you know, they're very, very stretched, you know, everybody, and when you've got, even in Otago, 5 TAs and the regional council all looking for council-led projects, you've got DOC, you've got a whole lot of, there's a whole lot of pressure in that space. I think we're trying to take cues from mana whenua about what their priorities are and make sure we, you know, support that. And then the stuff that comes up along the way, it's really a case of testing interest and capacity to be involved. I think the Te Tiriti audit highlighted some of those challenges, and so we're bringing the audit to Regional Leadership Committee at the next Regional Leadership Committee meeting to look at that, and then that implementation plan, you know, just continuing to try and address that gap.
So that may address some of those challenges.
It will help us just sort of building those conversations. I don't think there's an easy fix there. When you look at ORC as an organisation of, you know, 300 staff, and mana whenua numbers are much smaller in terms of people working in this space. So I think there'll always be a bit of a challenge there. Yeah.
Fair enough, thanks.
Any further? Thank you, Amanda. We'll backtrack now, will we?
I'm not gonna lie, I might have forgotten I had anything else to say, so I left the room.
So back to regional planning.
So thanks to Tom for the heads up. This one is also me. So the work program obviously is progressing the RPS, urban growth, and the NPS HPL, which, if you recall, was a companion, excuse me, NPS for the NPS on urban development. And then the other key piece of work we do is the what we call G4, which is that response to central government and local government plans, policies, and resource consents. And so Tom's referred to that in terms of some of the work the natural hazards do. Engineering help us with that. Science, there's a range of teams that support policy to do that work as well. No significant change in service levels. The biggest challenge for us is just that changing government landscape at the moment in this space. And happy to take any questions.
Tim?
I've got a lot of questions. I missed out this morning. I'm just catching up. But just in terms of the RPS, what is the status of it at the moment? Where, you know, and what is still to happen with it?
So at the moment it's the proposed RPS, and it retains the name proposed until it's operative or partially operative. So we've had mediation on the High Court appeals. And we are hopeful for some resolutions on some of that stuff. Obviously mediation is confidential, so I can tell you the process has happened. And then we have mediation commencing on the Environment Court appeals, starting the week of the 11th of November as well. So until all the appeals are resolved, that's partially operative. If there were parts that were not under appeal, we could make those parts operative, but the appeals are quite wide ranging across the High Court and Environment Court appeals that I don't know how many, I don't know if there's merit in.
So can you give any indication where those appeals are?
On topics or time?
Yeah, topics.
Everything.
Okay. The whole thing's been appealed.
There's appeals across all of the chapters. The mediation, the Environment Court mediation for the integrated management chapter, I would say there isn't anything significant in there. I would think what generally happens is you can mediate most issues, and then you generally end up with a couple of things that parties go away and think about whether or not they want to pursue that through to a full hearing. And I would imagine that a large part of what is being appealed we can resolve through mediation.
So the appeals are upheld. Is that something happens, or is an appeal just made and and then something has to be done with it, or does somebody uphold that appeal and say, yeah, that's a legitimate appeal?
No, so people just appeal, and then you other parties join if they're interested in that topic. Then you there's a requirement that you participate in mediation, which is what we're about to start to do. If if the appeal has merit, then you negotiate a different outcome, or you know, an amended outcome. If it doesn't, then ORC will say, we don't agree, we don't support that appeal, and we would stick with that position. So that all happens in the mediation. If you can't get agreement, if you have a party who just wants a particular outcome and ORC isn't prepared to support it, then that will go through to a full hearing. But we try to avoid hearings.
So in that situation where there's an appeal and the ORC make a decision on it, does it come here?
So-
Who makes the decision
Yes.
as to whether it's a legit,
So there are two positions that have delegations to most. So the general manager, regional planning, and the policy manager have delegation to settle those appeals. What we do is we run a position paper, so a paper that sets out the appellant or the parties that have joined the position and ORC's position, and that paper is circulated to the chair and deputy chair ahead of all those mediations.
so it's not a sort of council decision that
Yeah, we
in the end
decided
rubber
this
stamps an appeal.
recently.
Yeah, so we've had that process in place for quite some time. Yep.
But we confirmed it again recently that
Yes.
Lloyd and I that would go past, and so we've been doing that. We've been looking at the position papers.
Yeah.
And looking out for particularly if there's something that might differ from the original position of the council, and we haven't found any of them, as Anita says so far.
If
They're
there was something
fairly
that
minor.
differed,
If there
you bring it
was,
back.
then yeah, we'd need to
Yeah.
think about how we handled that and probably bring it back. Yeah,
Excellent.
exactly. So that, yeah.
So just sorry to carry on with this, but it's quite. really,
I'll
isn't it?
just get you to,
Sorry,
it's just, yeah, no, I know, it's just a wee bit, it's just the people online, that's all.
So just in terms, okay, so there's this appeal process taking place and that's going to go to mediation. What sort of time periods are we talking about here?
So we've got 4 days set aside for the integrated management chapter. We've got 5 days set aside for land and freshwater. So they're both this side of Christmas. And then there's more topics set aside next year, starting late January, early February. I can't remember exactly, but I think we've got here our mediation time set aside for maybe 5 or 6 months of time
Okay.
set aside. Yep. So depending on having a mediator available, a environment court commissioner that does that mediation for us. And yeah, we pretty much, if they're available, we
So
use
that
the
could
time.
take us into, that could take us to the middle of next year.
Absolutely.
And
Yep.
then after that, what steps are, how long after that?
Yeah, so if we assume for simplicity that all the appeals were resolved and the court signs off, because you sign an agreement, all the parties sign up and say, yep, we support this, gets lodged with the Environment Court. If the Environment Court judge accepts that and decides they don't need a hearing, they're happy to accept that on the papers, then you'd get a consent order that would direct whatever changes needed to be made to the RPS. Assuming we've gone through that process, then we bring a paper to council to say there is now nothing outstanding in this RPS. You can make it operative, and it becomes, at that point, it goes from proposed to operative.
So that could still be a year away? Or is it, you can't
Yeah,
define
I
it?
don't have exact visibility over what the mediation schedule is, but it's months away at least, yes.
Thanks. Thank you. Okay, Gary.
So then that's quite fluid, the RPS, and a lot of unknowns there around timeframe. Same with changes now with land and water plan. How does that sit with what we had budgeted and forecasted for this financial year? Are we going to be sitting with surpluses under and over when it comes to those work items? Yeah, where will we sit?
So in relation to the RPS, we had anticipated that we would be in the appeals process. So I think that in terms of a line item will be close to budget. The challenge is you're never quite sure how much legal support you're going to need or what that looks like. But we had anticipated that's where we would be. So that's covered. In terms of the one that we are doing some work, just have a look at is the we're proposing a variation to the RPS for the highly productive land, and we've just sort of paused that because we haven't even started drafting that, so it may be that some of that, that's in that same piece of work that we're just looking to see if we can return some of that money or pause it and move it into year 3.
And land and water plan, given changes now, it's possibly too early to have an understanding and still more detail to come on what we may have to do. But does that substantially change what staff had indicated for work programs post notification, or are we, where do we sit with that?
Yes, I spoke to that one this morning, and we thought I got away with that one. So that's the piece of work that what I said this morning is we need to come back to you in November with an initial paper and then probably some work next year. It is possible that there'll be some quantum of money that we've set aside in year 2 that we won't need in year 2. And the things that most quickly spring to mind are hearings panel costs, which we modelled off the RPS hearings panel costs. But until we get that direction from the council table and have those conversations with central government, we just don't know yet.
Oh,
but
sorry.
that piece of work is underway.
Right, I vaguely remember that, but I'm better informed now. Thank you.
Excellent. Regional planning, we comfortable? Thank you, Anita. Just check there's no others that you need to do.
Very well. with
You're
you.
right, Tom's got you sorted, thank you. Organisation, internal services.
Oh, I thought you wanted us to join you, I tell you, feeling lonely.
No, it's just weird.
All right, so this is a bit of a tag team between myself and Nick. So within my group, well, all of these services here are around the business support services that enable ORC to do the activities that we've been speaking about. So we enable the business through these services. So the ones that come under my group that I'm responsible for here is the IT. So that's all our IT services, systems and infrastructure, the GIS technology services, as well as information and record management. The operational management of our property and facilities across the region and the fleet, so the vehicles alongside that, and then the people and safety functions. So that's partnering with our people and our people leaders to support staff through all stages of the employee cycle, as well as ensuring that safe work practices are undertaken and supporting all of our health, safety and wellbeing objectives. In terms of some things to note in this area, there are some increased insurance and valuation costs. Timing for the Whare Runaka project has changed as from what we were planning on for year 2, and that may have an effect on a knock-on effect around the Phillip Lang House lease costs. There's the timing for the Iris Next Gen project, which Joe was talking about. So the go live date for that has now shifted to June 2026, so still within this annual planning year. In terms of the group, it's consolidating delivery and the ongoing focus on identifying operational efficiencies across all of our activities.
The ones that I've got finance, but also got all the treasury and rates functions, and also got the bus ticketing, the RITs. So that's sort of the only one that's really that I've noted down there, is that we are looking right now to transfer RITs to RSHL, because the RSHL exists to do sector-wide projects like that, and with NTS coming along and it'll need extra resource, we think that it's better suited to be there. So we're looking to do that, assuming that we do that over the next month or so. It'll flow into the annual plan. You won't see any rates decrease or impact because all of that cost gets fully costed out, and ORC only wears its share of it, which is 25%, and we'll still have that cost. It's sitting in our transport costs, but we just don't have the gross costs for doing the whole project. As Tammy said, we've got a bit there around Whareunaka. We've got an ISG coming up in a couple of days, but we just mentioned there we're looking at the timing of that, because timing is still we're still aiming to be in by October next year, which is when our leases run out, but timing's very tight. So, you know, we just got to have a look and see whether if there's any slippage that could put us at risk, in which case then we've got to sort out what we do around any additional time, which would mean us having to stay here a little bit longer. So that's why we've just noted that. The budget did assume that we would be in over there for the whole year. So if things worked out perfectly, we're potentially got a bit of a win there, because we could save a few months if we moved in October. But then we've got to look at, if it slips beyond October, we're probably going to have to pay some extra lease costs for it. So still a bit to work through, but it's a heads up at this point. Should know some more by next month, and certainly, you know, by the time we head into the new year, we should have a bit better handle on the, you know, a fixed date for completion over the road.
Gary, Tim, Ellen.
So Nick, are you saying that if Whareunaka is delayed in completion date? Sorry.
I was just telling him I've got yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Apologies for interrupting. Yeah, sorry.
If delayed over there on completion date, we would be meeting, so hopefully the lease in here could go to month by month and meet. We will have additional cost here, but we wouldn't be meeting lease cost until we take possession, final snag, and we have a complete project, wouldn't we? So we'd probably be making a saving by being here as opposed to paying the lease over there.
Yes and no, because our lease here goes to October. Yeah, so all we put, because we just rounded things for LTP, we assumed we just put in the full year's lease costs for Whareunaka. Yeah, so assuming that then we only moved in October, we'll only start paying rent from when we move in. So we would save 4 months rent from what we had in the LTP. Yeah. We're still going to be paying this rent up until October, because that's when our lease ends. But beyond there, the landlord here, most landlords in commercial properties they won't give you a month by month. So if we ended up having to go over, we're probably going to have to look at signing up for probably a year, because we don't even think that he'd offer us 6 months, because we've already had a couple of extensions and the negotiation's always been a year. So that's what we have to weigh up. But offsetting that is rent over there is sort of a couple of $100,000 per month. A full year here is a couple of $100,000 per floor per year. Yeah, so you know, if it was a couple of months, but either way, we're not going to start paying over there until we move in.
Yeah.
So if it slipped by a couple of months, we'd end up having to pay extra lease here, but we're probably going to come out cost neutral. So we've just got to work out where the timing is. Hopefully we're still on track and we can get in there by the end of October, and it works out perfectly for us. And then we'll just factor those costs into the annual plan, where we'd have we'd have effectively the first 4 months savings to factor in.
Right. So what you're saying is that even though this was contingent on a construction project that had a construction date that we anticipated would be completed by, we haven't got any provision in place for a short term other than say a year for these sites. And so we are quite at risk then.
But we have been for years, because we've actually rolled this over twice with 1 year extensions beyond what our original terms were. This is through other things that we've had going on, and even when this came along. So other than, that was the minimum that we've been able to get the landlord to extend for, has been 1 year. And we wouldn't want to extend any longer, because we were always, every time we've extended, we've always done it on the basis of, well, that should take us through to when we think we're going to be in. And then as we've gone through with the last extension, where we had up to October last year, that's been, if you like, the defining date around working with the port, is that's when we have to be in, because that's when our leases are done here. And under the knowledge that when we go back, the landlord, as he has with the last 2 times we've gone back and talked to him, I mean, he's, got us over a barrel. And no commercial landlord is going to give you, a month by month. It's just not how they operate.
Okay. Other question was just around insurance, because there has been some quite big changes with insurance for this year. So we're paying more for insurance, but with much less cover than we sat with previously. So are we going to be sitting with the necessary level of cover that we either have to accept now or are still comfortable with?
That's what we're working through. We've been talking to Audit and Risk about that, which you've been around, you've been there for those discussions. So you teed up that meeting with BMS for next week or the week after. So we're going to do that work with BMS to make sure what our level of cover should be, and then based on that, we'll potentially be going out to the market to look at what cover we can get and tender, and see where that lands us. But right now for this year, as you pointed out, we've had to pay for this year that we're in an extra couple of $100,000 over and above what last year's was and what we budgeted, and we've got less cover in that professional indemnity, professional liability space. So we're we've got, it is what it is for this year, but we're looking to remedy it so that by the time we go into the annual plan, we'll know. But the assumption would be that annual plan year 2 was based on what our budget was for this year, and we know that our actual cost is more. So we're going to have to increase what we've got in the annual plan to cover that, unfortunately, the increase, and we'll look to see whether we can get more bang for our buck for that amount, which is getting increased cover or not.
Okay, thank you.
Tom? Well, just getting back to staffing, how many staff have you got actually in this building that will have to move?
So it's not just this building, it's here.
I know.
Yeah.
But
So
you were talking about the lease on this building, so obviously there's no lease on the other building.
Yeah. So it's is it like 270, 280?
Total.
No.
So my understanding of, and this building is around 70, I think.
70 people.
Yeah, no, I'm talking across both.
All up, yeah.
Across
So
7 and here.
So you've got 70 people here in this building. So, I mean, in terms of the project, there's, Gretchen, you're on that committee, aren't you? And is there any sort of plans for stage occupancy for Runaka? I mean, that would require some sort of project management to enable that to happen.
That's probably best to.
Yeah, we haven't got to that point, talking to that with the port. Where you're talking about that we can start moving in from July.
I mean, there's no point sort of extending a lease for a year.
Yeah, we just haven't got enough information to start working through those things, but we're thinking about them. There's a whole lot of things we could do, but bit of it depends on exactly when we're going to land, when it's available. And it could be part of it's available earlier and we can stage it. Could be that we're only talking about, it might be best case where we can move everybody in by end of October. So it's not an issue. Otherwise, we might be looking at, do we have to, move out of here and consolidate to Stafford, move out of one floor here, but we just haven't got quite enough information to work through those things yet.
A lot of acronyms in what you were talking about before. NTS, is that National Ticket System?
Yeah, National Ticket System.
So is that due to be implemented in this period that we're looking at, 25 to 26?
Interestingly, the latest is that us as ORC potentially would be towards the end of next year, later in 2025. But originally,
so that's in this planning period we're talking about.
Yeah, there's, yeah, so, but you won't see any costs for that, because the costs are all being borne by, NCTA, yeah? So, but the RITS team is the one that's also dealing with, on behalf of all of the, regional councils in the consortium, the transition to NTS. But originally, we were scheduled to probably go, later in 2026, but the schedule for NTS keeps moving around with, Wellington and Auckland. So they're now both looking to move to the back of the queue, and that'll bring some of it, the regional councils basically will all come through into a period through sort of early 2025 to early 2026, whereas previously we were going to sort of be over a much longer period with Auckland and Wellington slotting in between. So, but that's the latest. It could move around. The thing is, from our point of view, regional councils with the ticketing system, we are quite flexible. We can move around, whereas Auckland and Wellington, you know, they've only got limited windows of much bigger implementations. Where it's funny, the discussions that go on. We've done it before, where we moved to the V card, so we know what to expect. It's all new territory for them.
Thank you.
Alan?
Thank you. A couple of times around this table, we've touched on the idea of solar generation on the roof of Te Whare Runaka. I just wondered if that has gone anywhere, and is this the appropriate place to bring that one up again?
Yeah, it's been looked at. We've engaged again, and I can't remember. I actually just signed off the PO for them to do the assessment work. So we're getting that looked at so that we can, you know, bring that back to the steering group and say, what do you know, do you want to progress with this? So definitely still on the table.
That's great to hear. Thank you. The other thing is, I'd quite like our council to investigate the issue of living wage accreditation. Just to have a look at that to see what the implications of that would be, and it seemed this was the right place to bring that one up.
Well, you do that, but I know because it's come up before. We have done some work on that, and there's something that we can progress. When it came up, we did go and talk to ECAN, who had done it, got some info on that, and it's actually something that I can talk to Tammy about, and we could actually we could progress that. And so it's not actually going to have any cost impact for us because of the, you know, we're everybody, all of our staff that we're paying are getting that, and my understanding is when you have a look, it's around the staff that you've got direct control of. So what ECAN did, it actually wasn't that. It wasn't like going deep into a lot of their providers. It was just ensuring that if they used contractors who provided people to them as if they were their own employees, then they had to be living wage.
Yeah.
So definitely we've looked at it, and we could progress it, just having had the time or resource to do it.
Yeah, no, the stuff says it includes contractors working on a regular and ongoing basis, and I guess the public transport would be the big one there.
But that's the key thing, is it's working for you on a regular and ongoing basis, and but it's actually working for us. So yeah, there's things to work through, but definitely we can work through that.
No, that's good. And DCC and some other councils are signed up to that as well as ECAN. Thank you. That'd be good.
Elliot.
Yeah, first of all, fully support that living wage stuff that Alan's brought up, and good to hear it has progressed since I brought it up a while ago. That would be very, very good to see. I just wanted to ask about, and what Tim was asking about, the national ticketing solution, and I assume that's the Motu move that we're all getting. Exciting to hear it's coming a bit earlier, perhaps. Just wanted to ask what it meant by the cost is on charged to regional councils. Yeah, I didn't know what that meant.
You won't be getting a Motu move card. The whole point of NTS is that you won't need cards. You can use existing cards. There still will be transit cards, but unlike the current system that relies on the B card, the new system relies on it's account based and relies on hopefully you just using your own card so that you minimise that cost.
Yeah.
That's a different story, but on charge. So what we're talking about there is RITs. We're not talking about the ticketing costs because those costs go back into the transport budgets. We're just talking about the RITs team that we've got, which is 4 of them, who they effectively manage the contract with the ticketing provider in it and the operations and keep that system running on behalf of all the 10 councils that are in it. And we host them. So what we do is we pay the whole cost of that team up front, and then we bill all of that cost out, including effectively to ORC for a share of that. So that's what we mean is, so there's all the cost gets whatever cost is there just gets on charge. ORC ultimately wears a percentage of it, but that will be exactly the same even when it sits in RSHL.
Right, so we're still, because I knew that we were sort of the seat of the B card consortium. But are we still, because would we need those staff anymore if it's just being run by NZTA, this new system like that, what changes?
Yeah, so the staff will go there, they're rich staff. They have increasingly been spending a lot of time doing NTS work. And what will get worked through is whether or not, even after all the councils have moved to NTS, whether the consortium still wants to keep a central pool of staff, and it might not be 4 that they've currently got, might only be 2 or 3, might be 8, but keep staff there as the ticketing resource for doing implementations and system updates and everything. Although Waka Kotahi's running all of that, you still have to do all your own local work, and there's a benefit to the consortium pooling that, and then each council doesn't have to have its own ticketing experts in its transport team. And so, with 10 councils, some of them just couldn't have any resource. They've hardly got any transport resource, let alone having any ticketing. Some of the bigger councils like us and Waikato and Bay of Plenty, we might have, our own staff person anyway. So, between us, between the councils, there might be 3 or 4. But this way we centralise them and then you can share them amongst the whole lot. So I think that'll probably happen, but we haven't got there. So yeah, in theory, those staff are going. And then from there, those staff are all on fixed term contracts anyway, recognise that RITS was always going to finish. Once RITS finishes, it's probably likely that RSHL will retain some staff to provide that support to the consortium still for NTS, because the consortium still has to participate in NTS and deal with Waka Kotahi, all of the local work, that goes around. So there's a benefit in us staying together as a consortium, because then we as a consortium are actually, we're bigger than ECAM collectively. We've got more buses than, we're actually almost about the same size as Wellington. So it gives us a much more powerful voice around the NTS table as well.
Awesome. That answers my questions. Although I was curious if we would be looking at bringing in, since they'd be on the same system, ECAN and Wellington and Auckland to the consortium, or would the consortium still be all of the littler guys?
No, it'll still be the little guys. ECAN might have been keen to sort of, but if NTS hadn't gone ahead, ECAN might have joined the consortium. Auckland and Wellington, they don't like playing with others at the best of times.
Thanks.
Further questions? Number 32. Thanks, Terry. Thanks, Nick.
Right. So that brings us to the final 2 slides, which round out the workshop. and drill into the purpose of the workshop, which is testing the staff understanding or review of, or our review of what we think is material, what material changes might come out of year 2. And we've rounded firmly on the transport business case proposal that we consulted in the LTP and how that's flowed through with funding implications. So I think that discussion gave you a good sense of what materiality looks like. There's a number of things going on, and I think Gary's question to Richard was a good one, in that, what does materiality look like? You've got a political impact across the whole region, which with a lot of customers impacted. You've got some material funding implications going on. And it's something that we consulted on as a specific proposal on the LTP. So that in itself generated interest. So this point of the workshop really is us asking you, is there anything else from your perspective that sits at that materiality impact? And that question obviously has implications around, well, so what? And that the so what is, it impacts how we then move forward with our communication and our consultation with the community in the new year. And it also impacts on the advice that staff bring to you between now and Christmas in particular, because material issues involve obviously options, reports to come to you. And at this point, you've got the transport report coming through here in November, which will give you options as you've discussed this morning. So this point, just testing with you, do you feel that we've got it right? So there's that, and then there's some more detailed process bits that I can talk through as well, but I'll leave that bigger question with you now.
In terms of our annual report that we've just released, we showed a surplus. I mean, Nick, what was $3 million or something? And it was in a year in which we put the rates up 16%. The public perception is obviously, well, I'm not saying that I'm speaking on behalf of the public, but for rates to go up 16% and for the council to declare a surplus seems to be a little bit, I don't know, there's some inequity there perhaps. So in terms of this year's financial performance, I know we're already ahead of our budget. If we were to deliver a surplus again, we're looking at, I think, a 13.6% rate increase for the 25-26 period, which is the period we're talking about at the moment. Can we bring our rates increase down as a percentage if we are showing surpluses? That's the material question I'm asking.
Well, that would be something to look at once we've been through the spend adjustments and look at what the overall rates increase. Yeah, I mean, usually the default positions that we look to balance each year on a year by year basis, but there's nothing to say that if you as council, remember the thing about balancing the budget is that you can choose to have an unbalanced budget, i.e., go, well, we're not fully funding that this year.
It's not so much the budget, it's the actual result we're talking about.
Yeah, which you're carrying forward. But then the thing you've got to remember is if you go back and look at like some of those previous years, we've had millions and millions of dollars of unbudgeted deficits. So while you could go, yeah, last year there was a surplus, and so now you want to carry that forward and reduce rates, you could also argue, well, all it did was potentially finally claw back some of the, rating that you were short for unbudgeted deficits over the years. So it depends on whether you're looking backwards or forwards, but it's up to you. Because if council decides that, no, you think that it is prudent to go, look at the overall envelope of where you're at with reserves and where you're, where the surplus in the previous year was, where it's going, you think it's prudent, you can make that decision. It's up to you.
Yeah. Thanks. Gary.
Thank you. I'd probably be thinking differently, given that our overall annual expenditure is 100 and something mil plus. And if we were accounting or our end result was arriving at a percentage of less than 3%, I think it's probably 1 or 2%. And in the positive, that then maybe could be used towards, if it can be, towards some of our deficits in our reserves and those reserve balances, then I mean, we have to have, from an audit and risk perspective, the message was clear around balanced budgets. For me, though, the material change, I think, or the material activity I'd like to look at was one that I raised last time. It's around staffing numbers. And where do we sit with staffing number increases and across the entire organisation? And then what can be met by consultants over short periods of time that then meant that from a project perspective, we weren't having longer term staff positions that are a longer term cost. So reining in, I suppose, the year by year increase in numbers is a hot one for me. Thank you.
Yeah, Gretchen.
Sorry.
No trouble.
I think Tim might have missed the beginning of our chat where Richard was here and he talked about some of the pressure that is going on as well to to focus the organisation's attention on potentially achieving less than a 13.8 increase in year 2. And also I know that he is having a think about whether or not we need to increase staff numbers, whether the current numbers. Okay, that's all, everything is in the realm of what everyone's thinking about at the moment. In terms of how do we efficiently and effectively deliver, and can we get below the 13.8, and also conscious of the surplus and how that looks at the moment, and that we do need to balance the budget, but we don't want to be overachieving in that space at the moment, probably politically either. So we're going to need to really sharpen our focus, I suppose, as an organisation, and I think everyone's well aware of that. But yeah, I think there aren't material changes from my perspective that have come up here. Yep, so that's all good. Can we deliver more effectively and efficiently? Yeah, that's something we always need to be focused on. Agreed.
Elliot, Alan, any comments?
I just have a question and then I can take my comments.
Yeah.
But after that, perhaps or even the next slide, but want to ask, and maybe Richard's better poised to answer it, but are there any areas in any of the work programs that we've talked about where the general managers think they could really use more staff or resourcing above those LTP levels that we haven't discussed today at all?
So I don't think anyone has flagged areas of growth over and above what was already what had already been forecast as part of LTP. Is probably where I'd leave that. But like Richard said this morning, that GMs are currently working with groups to really interrogate that.
Cool. And did you have anything else in particular you wanted to throw in? Because that's the last slide, basically.
Oh yeah, I saw one more in the diligent, but I
that's
can say it now.
We do have one more slide, which is just inviting councillor, were there any specific ideas from councillors or over and above the material change? Wrap it up, yeah.
Yeah.
2-1.
Okay, yeah, sure. I basically just want to say that I don't think there's anything fluffy or particularly nice to have in our current work programs, but I think we should be cutting. I don't think this austerity and anything in the direction of austerity in our annual plan is a good idea, and it's just going to end up costing us more down the line, including delaying stuff where we haven't planned to delay it before, but still the lowest rates in the country, at least according to the Taxpayers Union. So that's my input from the table at least, which does conflict with what Richard said you heard earlier, but yeah, that's my perspective.
You might reflect on that. That doesn't necessarily conflict with what Richard was saying, but he was saying to look for efficiencies. I thought.
And yeah, sure, if you find efficiencies, then absolutely go with them. But I think that anything that, I think there could be some things that could be argued are efficiencies and could be argued are actually cutting some stuff, but I don't know. We haven't seen any of the actual things. But yeah, that's my message at least.
Cool. Alan?
No, I'm all good.
Good. I just probably wanted to reflect on that we have got everything in the same direction as each, and I think it was a really good discussion. So under the land and water plan, as I understand it, where it's business as usual, and we're going to come back to us and advise in November what we think the implication of the decision made the other week is going to have on our budget.
Not quite, we probably, so November will be initial steps. We
Yeah,
won't
yeah, that's
start
right.
the
Yeah,
full
yeah.
doing
So
next
work
year
in progress.
before- Yeah,
Yeah.
Not BAU though.
Yeah,
I
and
would describe it as BAU.
yeah, and no, it's not BAU. You're not knowing where we're. Yeah, I understand. Environmental management was so the catchment action plans are ongoing, but we've actually at this stage no funding for the actions that may result from that, and so that's what we're looking through. Biodiversity and biosecurity. And probably, I was just making a comment on that we've got what we've planned, but I think it's my part on that was that whatever we plan on, that we're agile enough to suit to react to or proactively manage something that might happen. So that's, I know we've got our set goals, but if all of a sudden we have a biodiversity or biosecurity scare, we're nimble enough to move around, which I'm sure we are. And the science, the thing that came out of me of science was that a huge amount of this is foundational stuff to get us on the right spot, and really take that thoughts from Gretchen as what are we actually trying to achieve with our science strategy, and perhaps that's a real good part to look at over this next period is what is our real science strategy, so we can point to what we're doing and saying this is the real reason behind what we're doing. Transport, we've been beaten up by lack of funding and some very good initiatives, and so yeah, and one of the things I think we need is to show the true values and benefits of public transport, to have that in our mind, that we can, no matter what decision we make, we can show those around it. We're going to run through what flexibility, there's some more questions there. And of most of those six, I think we had the priorities of trying to do the very best with what funding we have, but not to commit more ratepayers' money to additional services at this stage, but to come back with funding models that gave us some options to see those stress points. So as well, in the transport infrastructure, was prioritising our needs around health and safety and functionality, so we could still make sure the services were going, and looking, and I know Lorraine said we were, was funding options and ensuring that we're leveraging with partners and different people, and yeah, look, and just continuing that good efficient services. Wanaka was a big question mark. How did you take? We haven't got oh yes, we have got transport here now. Sorry. So the final Wanaka position is. How did you?
My notes are upstairs with Councillor Moon. I think that the general consensus was not.
Yeah.
Progressing.
Yeah.
That. Yeah.
Good.
From memory.
Yeah. Or comfortable, or not comfortable with that, but and so natural hazards was about the prioritisation, and where we saw the LiDAR as an exceptionally good tool. That's we're not going to necessarily put we're not necessarily going to put any projects off, but we may reprioritise projects because of the advantages LIDAR can give to those projects.
Yep, so you might see a proposal for rephasing of a few projects to bring the LIDAR forward and phase the investigative work just after that LIDAR split.
Yep, and under flood protection, drainage and rivers, where those reviews on the schemes are still coming through. The levels of service will have those in a form where the locals, where ratepayers, or those interested can see them, or we're working towards that, and ensuring that they're transparent. And that's an ongoing thing that Richard shows us with the maps. Regulatory is ticking along good with boxes and doing the job. Regional planning, we've heard where the RPS is and the timeframes around that, and we're scoping the land and water implications. Cool. Governance and engagement, and one thing that has been highlighted, and listen, I'm really all over that, Elliot, with you, and especially with what's happening, where we've had discussions at under the Manahira Care exempt catchment group with pressures that that iwi are under, and so I think we need to actually have a good hard conversation about where those pressures, where somehow we can relieve those pressures or change priorities around, and ensure that we're meeting their priorities. And internal, to me, there just seems to be a heck of a lot of work in advancing our IT and our ways of doing our documentation and all that sort of stuff. And I'm probably just looking for a sign soon that here's the improvement that we've had because we've done that. And I know a lot of the stuff is with Iris, and that is at the implementation stage, but probably be nice to see a picture of what we think once all those systems are in place, that it's going to look like this. Just a thought on that, but I don't expect too much. And again, Alan just brought up about the living wage accreditation. But if I go back right to what Richard said at the very start, was currently, and just reflecting this back to councillors, is around the team, the leadership team and the management, where they're driving to ensure efficiencies. And the other thing I think that's coming through is that we're doing the most appropriate work plan for where we are at the moment, which I think was quite powerful. And I'd probably ensuring on that, as well as also making sure we're meeting our service level, ensuring whatever we promise that we've actually got that, but we really understand the ability to deliver that. So I think that's a really important, A, for the organisation, and B, for our ratepayers, to show whatever we've said we're going to do, we can actually get done. So when you're reflecting on that, don't cut something to tick another box and think that we're not going to miss a service. Prioritisation, and that's around what we must do, what we can do differently to get gains, and again, like LIDAR, if we change that around, we're going to get better gains for everything else. So we should be reflecting on that, and what actually could wait without damaging and reflecting on what Elliot said. If we are going to stop something, ensure that that's not going to have a detrimental effect long term. And the question, who else can contribute to the money pocket? And I think that's a valuable thing, because all this good stuff that we are doing, if people are getting, or organisations are getting good, sound gains out of us doing it, they can actually contribute towards it. Have that all done by later in November, please. There's a lot to take in, and appreciate the work that you've already been doing to get towards. So 13.8% is it's $8.9 million. So that's the increase. The rate, that's just the rate increase that we're looking at. So if we're to chomp into that, to cut that in half, $4.5 million. So that's either means we're going to have to, staff we know are looking at strongly at getting efficiencies and making sure they've got everything ticking right, So if we want to get greater gains than that, we need to make some bold decisions to say you're either stopping something or completely reprioritising something. But that would have to be done within our strategic directions, I would think so. Anyone else want anything quickly to add? Because I've got another 9 slides to go through. Tim?
Just in terms of the process from here, to determine, I mean, to the point where we get this all signed off and completed, what steps, how long is this going to take?
November. What's the date for the money side?
6 December, early December.
Oh, early December, sorry.
So we're bringing a draft annual plan.
Yes.
Around early December. And just for clarity, you're not signaling any material adjustments, but we're focusing, as you quite rightly put it, Kevin, we're focusing on the efficiencies and savings, being very clear about any delivery impacts, which was Elliot's point, on any of those efficiencies. And from a comms and engagement consultation perspective, part of that December report that will be coming through to you with that draft annual plan will also set out communication priorities and empower you guys to think about, well, okay, while not material, there's 3 or 4, 5, 6 things that are important from a communications perspective. And I've heard some of them around the table this morning, and it'll give you the pen on, yep, we agree with those things, and we'll follow through with a narrative in our consultation material that ticks the box for the elected team. And so that, what I'm saying is that report comes through as part of the package in December.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Good. All right. And so Nick has got a wee, thanks Amanda, thanks team. Did you want to go through this next 9 slides, Mr. Donnelly? So just go back into Resource Centre, the next one down, I think it was, it's got 9 slides on the rate. It's not so much the numbers, but it is the, let's say, in the mix, the things, the philosophy behind the rates. Which is Council AP workshop, 30 November. Oh, is that the one? Yeah, it's got 30th November. Oh.
There you go. Okay, so although this is called rates, it's only taking off this first cover slide. It's only about 8 slides, and if you take this one off, then it's only 7. So not a lot to go through. Purpose is I'm just going to give you a quick recap on the rate changes that we made in the LT. And then there's a few slides where I just want to have a discussion on the proposed approach to a couple of rates that were proposed for year 2. So although we did a whole lot in year 1 that just landed, there was a couple of things that were going to come into this annual plan. So just need to confirm or get some feedback on what you're comfortable to do there. And then there was also some resolutions that were made in the LTP deliberation. So there's 3 of them. So we'll go through those and just want to outline what we're proposing to do there. And you probably remember those. They are sitting in the in the action register that goes to council. So this sort of covers that off as well. So just put this there. You can go away and have a look at this, but I'd use this similar table or slide as we were going through all the rates review for the LTP. So the left-hand columns with the blue up the top were the old funding mechanism under the old revenue and financing policy. So that's what we started with. Then in the purple, that was what in the middle 2 columns, that's what we proposed when we went out to consultation. And then what I've added is on the left-hand side in the yellow is where we landed with the after deliberation and what the actual decisions were. So if you sort of look at the colour coding, you can see there's some sort of orange ones which were discontinued rates. Green ones were new or amended rates when we went out and proposed. You can see in the flood and drainage, there was a whole lot of amendments to, the allocations for general rate and to benefit zones. And then on the right-hand side, the ones that are highlighted in yellow down there are the ones that the decision was not to go with what had been proposed and consulted on. You, in some, so I've sort of noted there, in some cases you just stuck, like in transport, stuck with the status quo. But, when you go through and have a look, if you sort of look in that middle column, there was a lot that we were proposing to change. Just about all of our rates had some sort of change. We had some new rates with catchment management, navigation, safety, Oamaru transport, and then a lot of the other ones were having changes to general rate allocations, to benefit zones. We had some that were discontinued, like the rural water quality. So there was, it was what across the board that we were changing. When you look on the right-hand side where you actually landed, actually a lot did actually change. While there was some of those ones that are highlighted, there's actually only 4 things there that are highlighted that didn't change. Wildings was one. We proposed to discontinue that, roll it into biosecurity. The decision was to stick with that as a separate rate. So those sort of things. Of them, then the other 2 things that stand out is transport rates stay with the status quo for Dunedin and Queenstown, and Clutha, although the percentages for general rate allocation changed, we didn't do anything with the benefit zones and differentials there because as was sort of noted, they hadn't been looked at for a long time. There's probably a bit more work that needs to go there. But I thought it was just a good summary to sort of, so you got to, just sort of refresh yourself with, there was a lot went on. And then what we've seen with, of course, the feedback that we've had once the invoices have gone out, because consultation's one thing. Some people are all over it. The majority of people aren't, and they really only become, interested and aware when they get the invoice. So I thought that was just a summary, just so that you've got that in your mind. Was a lot, so I'll sort of touch on that when you look at some of the proposed way forward we've got on those resolutions. But the first up, we've got the LTP year 2 rates. So there was a couple of things there. One was the environmental funding. So it was approved to have the $2 million fund in year 2. So, for large scale environmental funding. So that was only $500,000 in year 1. And we were funding that by basically reshuffling some other funding. And in year 2, it bumps up to $2 million, and we were going to rate for that. So the LTP had it in as a targeted rate in year 2, but didn't define what that targeted rate was. So we need to actually consider how, although we got the targeted rate, doesn't have to be a targeted rate, it could be general, but we do need to work out what rate we're going to use to fund that, given that we had it funded via a rate. The feedback in the LTP, if you remember, we did go and ask people as part of the consultation, if we were to have this, would you prefer that each district paid their own rates for projects that happen in their area, or would you prefer regional funding? The feedback landed on the side of people just preferred regional funding. So, on that basis there, I've just got a couple of options. We could establish a completely new rate to fund this, or we could use an existing rate. And because the feedback was on the regional rates, the 2 that obviously spring to mind are the catchment management rate and the and general rates. So I don't know if you've got any feedback on that. Obviously, from my point of view, it's easier to just use an existing rate rather than establish a new one. Particularly if it's just sort of going to be a region-wide one that is sort of going to mirror catchment management or general rate anyway.
Nick, how would we describe that on, in that it was consulted and people were in favour of it? How would we, if it became part of the general rate, how would we promote it, advertise it, be transparent on a rate demand? Yeah.
We've got the rates brochure that we send out, so we could include in there that's where it's gone. But going forward, I mean, while we describe that, we can, even if we've got no new rates, we generally with the rates brochure describe what's in some of those rates like general. So that's where we would put it. But there's a lot in general rates, so it's just how much you sort of want to get into that level of detail.
So Nick, what's involved in establishing a new rate? So you sort of prefer to avoid it, but what would it take to establish a new rate for environmental funding?
Well, it's just more administration. So we did it this time. We established catchment management. When you establish those sort of rates, they're a bit easier because they just apply to all properties. Yeah. So as when you get into differentiating them and having them on certain areas and stuff, they're a bit more complex. But it's just more stuff. It's just one more rate for you to administer. To manage in the system. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I don't need to be fair. I don't either. Yeah. It's the team that does it.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So,
but in terms of clarity, and when you do look at your rates bill, you'd be able to see environmental fund rate. And I'd take it if it was a new rate, it would be a general rate applying to everybody on the basis of their, value of property or something. Is that how it works?
Well, you could choose that.
Yeah.
The feedback was to rate it, regionally. So we've got a mix of, we've got general rate. If you look back, that previous sheet highlights how some of those different rates are set, what the basis is. So you've got general rate, which is capital value for 75%, 25% of it is uniform. You got catchment management is all based on capital value. Yeah. You've got some other regional ones like Wildings and civil defence are regional, but they're uniform. So you could do, you could do it any way you want.
From my perspective, it's very much the same as the catchment rate, the environmental funding.
So then, if that was the case, that's why I'd sort of say, then just use catchment management, but then you're not going to get that visibility on your rates invoice.
But you would on your brochure.
Yeah, but you could, yeah. You can do other forms of marketing to make sure that people are aware. Yeah.
Comments? No.
Yeah, I can see both sides of that. I think in terms of the transparency and the clarity, particularly because this is a new fund we have been talking about, and I imagine we'll be making quite a big thing of saying, look where this money is going. Would see there's big advantages on having it listed separately. But my thinking at the moment, it may change.
Gary.
Yeah, I'd be keen to see that identified separately too, even just as another unique way or general way of advertising the fund, that it's there, visible, there to be seen. It's something that is to be applied for. It's just another way to see it.
All right, we'll have a look at that one. Other one that's there is dairy compliance and farm plans. And Joe might step in here if I've got any of this slightly wrong. But in year 2, we assumed that the dairy compliance rate would end and we would move into a farm plan regime, and we'd have a farm plan rate to cover that. What we're probably not looking at for annual plan is what we'll assume is dairy compliance will still be disestablished, and will be replaced by, new fees and charges. So we'll work out what those are. But the rate would go. There won't be a farm plan rate introduced because I think, as Joe covered off, that, activity is not progressing. So we'll only be doing sort of one side of that.
So we're out doing our dairy compliance, about to do it. It's just been well advertised, and I have had that noted. So you will, because we are not doing the farm plans, we will still do the dairy checks the following year.
Yes, that's right. So the program will still exist, but most of those dairy farms will have moved into having resource consents in place. So we'll still be monitoring and engaging and having those conversations with them, but it will be under a consenting framework and we'll recover our costs. We just haven't done the work in terms of what those fees and charges would be, and that will come up as part of this process.
So will the fees and charges be to the people who have not yet got their consent in place?
That would be a separate process in terms of seeking to understand why consents aren't in place and following that through the compliance process, starting with education.
Yeah, good. What do you need us to do there, Nick?
No, well, if it's really just if you've got any feedback, but if you're comfortable with what's in there, that's what we'll be progressing the annual plan on this basis.
Comfortable, people?
Then we've got deliberation resolutions. So there was 3 LTP resolutions from deliberations. So one request that staff complete a review of options for the allocation of public transport targeted rates and report back in time for this annual plan. 2, request staff undertake a review of all flood and drainage schemes for, I just have to move, to inform allocation and report back to council on the terms of reference and timing for this review. So that one and the next one weren't tagged to annual plan itself, just wanted to come back. So, and then the third one was request that staff research and report on alternative community ownership models for flood and drainage schemes as a way of addressing financial unsustainability. So those 3, what we've got, well, I've got a slide on each one really just to have a discussion with you about exactly what your expectations are and what we're thinking. So first one is public transport targeted rates. So that was there to report back for us to consider as part of this annual plan. I assume with a view that we may, have a look to change the public transport rate again in the annual plan. As I point out there, we had consulted on effectively district-wide uniform rates for public transport. We're still with the current mapped areas, they're capital value based with the commercial differentials. What I propose at this stage is that we don't change anything for this annual plan, just leave it with the status quo. As you saw, in that slide I showed, the change in the LTP was significant. And I sort of think it would just be, particularly given the feedback, the level of feedback we've got, just let that settle before we jump into making some more changes. I also think this here, based on where we landed in the feedback, and, it was pretty polarising. There was, some people, and we've still had people ringing up saying, hey, why do I pay my transport rate on capital value? Why is it not uniform? So we're still getting that, but there was a lot going on around uniform versus CV and the area. I think we need some more time to work through the options properly. And I think that if we're doing that through the first half of the next calendar year, we'll be able to actually work through it and not rush it. And then we can look to, as we land stuff, to consult outside of the annual plan. I think by having, if we're going to do anything for the annual plan, we're going to rush it, we're going to put it in, we'll be consulting in the annual plan. We did see with, consulting with on rates changes, as we did in the LTP, does make the LTP to a certain extent just all about rates. When I think it should sort of be, the plans should be a bit more about service delivery. And I think we can do the consultation on this sort of rate change better outside of a formal annual plan or LTP. particularly in LTP, where you've got audit involved with what you can and can't put in consultation documents and stuff. So, so really, yeah, I'm sort of proposing that we just sort of don't rush this. We will work through it, first half of next year. We'd look to do, you know, targeted consultation, through next year, and then we'll be better informed for either year 3, or maybe even you might go, no, we will push the change through to the LTP. But that's what we're proposing there. Unless there's a burning desire to, you know, to jump back into it and have something change this year.
Gary.
Because there's been so much feedback on a number of things, just not this, is it not though prudent to be able to show we've listened if we can enact some response and some change on the basis of the concern raised? So if we're saying we're going to let the dust settle, it really is like saying, well, too bad, we might think about it next year.
Yeah, although interestingly, we haven't had a lot of feedback on transport rates from Dunedin. Yeah, most of the feedback has been around Queenstown, and even then they haven't focused specifically on transport rates. They've just focused on their overall rate. And we've got next week in Finance Committee, we've got a bit more on this, so we'll be able to discuss it there. But you know, Queenstown, they've had, obviously with high capital values, they get hit with the capital value rates, which is general rates, catchment management, and transport, although transport's just isolated to them. But their transport in Queenstown was driven by, well, one, it stayed contained to that area, but also they had a bigger percentage step up in fully funding the deficit than it was in Dunedin, because Queenstown, although, you know, they're going, oh, the increase was unfair, the reality is they had only ever been funding about half of the annual cost, whereas Dunedin had been funding much more as a percentage of the total cost. Yeah, so effectively, you know, while you could go, yes, their rates have gone up, in transport, the thing that probably made their rates go up more than anything was the decision to move to fully funding, rather than anything else. So that's not necessarily going to get fixed by a rates review. That was actually a, you know, financial strategy decision.
No, I understand that. I guess what it's just about, from my perspective, seizing opportunities to show we've listened, if at all possible, across this period.
Yeah,
it may not be applicable to what we're talking about.
And I think I hear what you're saying, but I think the thing would be that we can let them know that by saying, yes, we've heard what you're saying, and yes, we're going to look at it, but we're not rushing that change. We will be doing that with you through next year. Yeah. So you know, we're not going to change your rates next year. Yeah, but we are looking at it. Yeah, I think if we rushed it, we'll probably just end up in the same position, just with a whole different set of people and different arguments. But if we can do it properly, hopefully we can, you know, put it to bed once and for all.
Yeah, Nick, I think it's a very good move to take it outside the annual plan phase or the long-term plan phase, and it gives its specific concentration on that. So yeah, I'm quite comfortable to slip it. It's not, yeah, or to move it to an individualized period, and it gives us that flexibility of what we can actually ask instead of being restricted by what audit's telling us to do. And I know it's moved it out, but I think I'd rather have it highlighted specifically back to those people that we've recognised it, we're doing it, but we're giving it its own time slot to to make sure we've got greater clarity around it.
Can I just add from the other side of the coin, there's also so much flux at the moment in what transport looks like with not getting an LTP funding, that we haven't actually landed yet what year 2 and 3 look like.
Yes.
So that's another challenge in this space. We need to work that through and know what it is that we're going to be providing as well. So you've got the funding side of the coin and then the actually delivery. So we just need a bit of time to be able to do that.
Yeah, Elliot.
Yeah, and I just want to add, and this applies to other stuff too, but we've heard in this conversation, I think worth recognising that we're always going to have some portion of the ratepayer base complaining about their rates, and if they have high value properties, complaining about it being capital value over uniform, for example. And I don't think that the fact that we're getting those feedbacks in and of itself would be enough for us to do anything about it, but that doesn't mean we can't have those conversations and stuff, but I just think it's worth keeping in mind.
So Tim, sorry, yep.
Sorry, can we just go back a slide? Deliberation resolutions.
Yep.
Sorry, I don't know if I missed this or not. Are we going to continue with these in this period?
Yeah, so each of these, so the next 3 slides, I've got a slide on each one of those 1, 2, 3. So in the deliberation meeting, these were the resolutions.
Yeah.
So we as staff were all requested to go away and do these things. So I'm just saying that in one of them, and the first one was specifically to look at this for the annual plan.
Right.
So I'm saying what I'm proposing is to say, well, we will look at it, but won't be putting any change or proposing any change in the annual plan, but we'll be looking at it. And then when we come back to
that's sort of contrary to the resolution.
Yeah, the resolution says that, but what we do is, but then I mean, the resolution didn't give any specifics about that. It just said to have a look at it. So what will happen is another resolution would come back. This isn't where it finishes.
Yeah.
Ultimately, this will come through to a paper where you adopt, a draft annual plan, and you adopt the plan. You would effectively rescind that resolution and replace it with another one.
And what Nick's going to propose is the best option to deal with that matter is to give it a separate time space outside of the annual plan time to do that workload.
Yeah. I guess at the time that those resolutions were made, these were important topics that we needed to look at within this time frame. And to a certain extent, you're pushing that out a little bit further, but which, I mean, and that's the thing with these meetings. I mean, I can't even remember when that meeting was, but there was obviously agreement around the whole council table that this is where we wanted to head. Time goes by, and all of a sudden we sort of lose track of it a little bit, and it becomes less important. But it was important at one stage, and I think it probably still is, that we should be doing this within the time that we set.
Yeah, but I think you've got to realise is this resolution was made at the LTP deliberation meeting, which I think was the end of May. So when you're having debate and you make that decision, you've put it on there. You haven't had any feedback from staff as to whether we could actually, what we could do around that resolution. Except I'm bringing it back now going, I don't think it's advisable to do that. We'd prefer to do it this way. So I mean, you can resolve it, but it doesn't mean that it's automatically, that it's just going to happen like that.
Well, I mean, it's better that we work together on it. I don't think council should be sort of instructing staff against what they're capable of doing, that's for sure, or even best practice. So no, certainly from your argument, I'm happy to continue the process, so long as we continue it and don't just leave it.
We'll give you an example. We had the previous LTP, we had some decisions around, again in deliberation, we came back around the same time. We sort of talked through it, and then around when we were doing the first annual plan, and that's where we decided to do a full rates review for the next LTP. So effectively, we took what the resolution was, and council then amended it to go, okay, we resolved that, but this is how we're going to progress it going forward. So it's exactly the same what we're sort of saying now.
And if I could just say, Richard's not in the room, but Richard is of the view that consulting on a rates change as part of the annual plan process is challenging, as Nick has said. So that is he would, if he was here, he would be adding that to the conversation. But ultimately, yeah, it's your decision. So Nick, there will be a paper come up to continue this process, and it will be your call. But there is strong staff advice around the challenges of what we faced last time around and the complications around all of that.
And heard too, so that's fine.
Gary?
Yeah. So what you're saying is that there will be a paper that does basically come back with the response to this resolution so that the whole of council can discuss that in public, given that, as Tim rightly raises, there was an expectation that that was going to be the timeframe to meet.
Yeah.
So then with everyone here, we will get something that we can then formally respond.
Yeah, and you know, that will be this when annual plan comes back in early December. Yeah. And if the decision of council is no, you really want to push it through, then yeah, we'll push something through. Like I said, I don't think it'll be as good quality wise as what it would be if we took our time and, you know, and slowed it down and just, you know, really work through with the community and consultation and everything. But yeah, and there'd be a lot of work to do, but yeah, I mean, it's still, everything's doable. I mean, we did a whole, as you saw, we did all that rates review and all of that process in the last LTP. And that was a huge amount of damage.
Yeah. No, look, I completely concur with Tim's concern about the fact of the timeframe, and then completely concur with yourself around how you have to be able to respond and say, yes, you can or can't achieve it, and these are the reasons why. So if we can consider that as a council or in finance committee, that would be great.
And from Anita's reference is that we remember when we considered this, we had assumed that we were getting all funding from NZTA, which in fact we've got very well, a huge chunk we haven't got. So that completely, so good, thanks Nick. You'll come back with that paper?
Yep.
December.
And the next two, so these ones weren't tagged directly to making this change in for the annual plan. But the first one was request staff to undertake a review of all flood and drainage schemes to inform rate allocation and report back to council on terms of reference and timing for this review. So we haven't worked through the terms of reference or timing. But as I sort of pointed out in that slide with all the changes, there was a lot of changes were proposed in the LTP around flood and drainage. Most were approved. So all of the schemes moved to general rate allocations that were standardised at the 80-20 or 90-10. Benefit zone differentials were removed or reduced. So they either went to one or two zones or differentials, except for Clutha. That one still stayed, it's the 10. And I think, although there wasn't a resolution on that one, you know, we were aware that we'd have to look at that one further. But so what I really need to clarify is that this resolution does say that you want a review of all flood and drainage schemes. So as I sort of pointed out, Clutha didn't change, the rest of them did. So with this resolution, what I'm not clear on is exactly what the issue is, what needs to get reviewed, you know, and what's prompting it, and is it to include all schemes? So I don't know if there's any more sort of clarity. I actually think it was Lloyd who moved this one. So I think it was Clutha related, but the way it's worded, it says that, you know, undertake a review of all flood and drainage schemes. And a review is quite, you know, that it's a generic term. You know, I'm not clear exactly what the intention was with this.
I think most of the concerns we had were around the rating differentials in the East Tyree and the flood schemes through there. And those were the ones we actually changed, weren't they? So the allocations, the 80-20 or whatever were,
yeah,
that was the focus of the discussion back then. It was out on the Tyree. It was the flood and drainage schemes out there that were causing issues. in terms of what ratepayers were thinking was fair and equitable. I don't remember the concerns moving further south down to the Clutha, but
Oh, the Clutha one was in relation to, what we proposed was to basically consolidate those 10 differentials into 2.
Yep.
And it sort of got pointed out that, you know, then some of the areas, particularly up around where Clutha District Council offices are, sort of, there's been quite a lot of change, and I think previously that was probably not residential, now it is. So there, I think that was a little bit out of date. So we did get that feedback, and that's why that one didn't change.
I think it was all around fairness of you know, and equity around who was paying what and for what for, and that was what the review was about. So
Nick, can I make the suggestion? I don't think you're going to get a solution to that with us here today. I wonder if you bring a paper specifically or workshop it, whether it's at a finance committee meeting or and say, let's here's what, because you need the terms of reference. What do you actually, and do we not need to workshop that?
Yeah, well, this said that for staff for us to do it and report back on terms of reference and timing. So it's just you know, at this point, I'm not sure what would come back with terms of reference. I don't know if you've got any more thoughts, Tom, whether you sort of had any other conversations with anybody and know anything more about it.
Yeah, I think the only other thing I've got to add is, I was aware that there was a fair bit of conversation with regard to the Taieri flood game drainage scheme, and also the Clutha, but the Taieri was definitely where most of the conversation was coming from, and we've got started on getting together a liaison group, and the general feedback we've had from that liaison group is that they want to engage in a rate review, and they want to see some engagement with scheme members. So we're getting started on that. First election type meeting should happen in December. First meeting of the group once established should be early next year. So that's under steam, and my sense is that this work for that scheme at least should follow on from that. You know, it's the best way to get feedback directly from ratepayers is to talk to them. But yeah, other than that, I think obviously we're heading into it with a general. It feels as though we're heading into it with a general review terms of reference, and that there are some kind of general known problems to be resolved, but that we probably need to have a conversation with a few people as a part of those terms of reference in terms of what the problems are, and then looking at what a rate review might look like to try and solve.
Alan?
Yeah, I think Tom and Tim have got this right. It's around issues of fairness, and I think there was a lot around the Taieri still, because though the Taieri scheme in this year's rates was much simplified, there was still feedback coming from various people about, you know, complaints about Osgiel and the development in different areas. And I think that idea of hearing what the community's got to say is going to be very important. And of course, I understand that the community is not all going to say the same thing. And getting something that everyone's going to be happy with may be difficult. It also seems to me that it's likely to be tied up with discussions around levels of service, which of course just makes it even more difficult and bigger. But the establishment of the liaison group of the Taieri, I think is a very good thing and can feed into this. But yeah, I think issues of fairness with ratepayer opinion received is probably at the basis of what it is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the last rating was set based on the Castalia report that went back to remove the exacerbators and only had the beneficiaries in a broad sense. So a whole heap of...
The Castalia review didn't do that.
Castalia
review only reviewed the general targeted allocation.
Right.
Yeah. Exacerbate if you like, whether or not exacerbators, if they were there or not, I think the people that are out there, that's what was done going right back to the review in 09.
Okay.
2010. That's where all the benefit zones, the targeted rate area got pulled back down from higher in the catchment.
So it's right.
Yep, and the actual benefit zones that were in use got set there. So that was initiated out of the long-term plan in 09. And sort of a review happened in maybe 2010. Castalia did a review of exactly what the general rate allocation should be, but that was in like 2016, 2017. So they're two different things.
So as Alan's just said, and with what Tom has been saying, is the best spot not to start this with the liaison group to then start formulating a terms of reference?
Well, I think today was a good attempt to see if there's anything else that you as a table had anything to add in terms of developing those terms of reference, but we can take them away now and start working on them, and with the principle being that we work through the liaison group as well.
Yep. Elliot?
Yeah, I think, yeah, there probably are specific issues and that need to be resolved and discussions around fairness and who pays and stuff. But I think that, and Ella mentioned it just before around levels of service, the question, and for me, the issue that you've asked there, what is the issue? I think for me, it's actually asking the community, do you want us to spend more or less money on these schemes? Because we hear that, you know, people's rates are too high in the areas where 96% of their rate is a flood or drainage scheme rate. And we also hear all these problems with the scheme, but obviously fixing problems takes money, and that would raise the rates even more, and then they're inevitably going to be increased over time anyways, especially with increasing pressures of climate and stuff. And so I think for me it's just the long-term future of these schemes before fiddling with and like making those adjustments. We actually need to say, look, how long are these schemes going to be here for? What is the long-term future of them? Do you want us to be investing lots of money in them to build them up, or do you want a different plan, a different approach? And if you do want us to build it up, be aware that, you know, there's going to be costs, and regardless of where those costs fall, they're probably going to be pretty high. That's, I think, the conversation that needs to happen before anything else for me at least. And it's not an easy conversation, obviously.
I think you've got a review in all of this, though, haven't you? And what we've been talking about. So if you add it all together, you've got a review.
The terms of reference for that piece of work are probably a bit greater than what Nick and I were anticipating for a rates review. And it could be that we potentially have to do a two-stage process. I think the work you're talking about absolutely needs to happen. We have to have a clear direction on what the lifespan of all of these schemes is, especially if you look at West Torrey sections there that are below sea level, and sea level keeps rising, then you're going to need bigger banks, bigger pumps, or whatever that looks like. And so investment, if we continue down this pathway, is inevitable. What we're hearing is that in some cases that investment isn't palatable as well. So we're going to have to work through that eventually. I don't think we're in a position to do that information wise yet, but we may be able to do something in terms of looking at the rating allocations in the interim that at least steps us forwards and gives the level of transparency that they need to be comfortable with it.
I think making those smaller adjustments is probably fine. In the interim, maybe we don't need to have this conversation, you know, before anything else, but I think at least messaging that this is a conversation that will be coming up afterward. This is probably an important part.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that first liaison group meeting.
Yeah. Good luck.
Because I think that first liaison group meeting is going to also give you the answer orally on the next slide, which is the ownership models.
Yep, do you want to go on to that one?
Yeah, I think, have you got enough from this one to,
Enough to go on.
Yeah, so the other resolution was around staff researching and reporting on alternative community ownership models for flood and drainage schemes as a way of addressing financial sustainability. Like you said, it might be linked to that meeting, but for this one, I'd see that this is a fairly substantial piece of work. Obviously, you know, need to consider what's going on out there elsewhere around the country and with either these type of schemes or other similar type of assets. So yeah, we'd look to engage external resource to undertake it. We'd go out, obviously put an RFP out for to get expressions of interest on doing that piece of work. Just jotted down a few things that we'd be asking them that we'd want them to consider, and that would be, you know, what are the alternative ownership models for the flood and drainage schemes? Are those models feasible for our schemes? Are alternative models used in other councils? If they are, how do they work? Are they successful? And are models for other infrastructure assets feasible to use in a flood and drainage context, like irrigation schemes? You know, where you've got you've got different ownership models for that. So those would be some of the things thought it's worth discussing, because we can go and put that RFP out sort of at any time. Given where it's at, we'd probably wait until the new year to put it out. But you know, the key thing would be, is that the sort of thing that you're expecting us to go out and ask for somebody to do that review and then come back with that research and report, so that you can consider where we go from there. I think it was you that had moved this one, Gary. So if that's sort of aligning with your thinking, then hopefully we're on the right track.
Yep, no, that is. I think that's covering everything I was thinking of. I think Andrew Noon was the other one who was, he might have initially moved it and I seconded it, or however it evolved. For me, it was all about, is ORC the most logical owner, given our overhead structure and the costs that we have to apply to run the schemes? Is there a more cost-effective model that actually may not have the overhead structure we have, but still gets the same level of service and the same forward strategies, the same forward management? So it was just and given we were setting up the liaison groups, so it was definitely something the owners or sorry, the ratepayers would be interested in too.
Just a quick one for me. Do you see this work including consultation? So with the likes of a liaison group, or like for instance, if we were asking this question or these questions specifically about the Taieri Fund drainage scheme, I think the airport would be quite interested in the answers we were coming up with. So would you see that as being part of the review as well?
I would have thought so. I think, yeah, unless the table felt, and staff as well, that this should be only in-house, why not be open and transparent about it and seek the thoughts of the community?
Yeah, we can do that in two parts: a general look at ownership models and options, legislative transfer, because that would be required, and a few other bits and pieces, and that would give you a steer as to the mechanics of it. And then the second part could be a appetite piece in terms of discussing this with current scheme users. There'd obviously be that, you know, most of those ownership models, the only logical transfer of ownership would be to a shareholder base based on the beneficiaries. So to have that conversation with them, but yeah, we'd be able to do that.
I'm agreeing with what you're saying, but would not that will not work. Yeah, the change in the ownership model will not work unless the public have an appetite to do it. So would you not be assessing that first before you? I think exactly what you got there is perfect.
So you mean do it the other way around?
Yeah, me doing it there and see what the appetite for that is.
And then.
But to do that, would they not then sort of just ask the question of, well, what are you talking about doing? You know, so you need something to talk to them about.
You need to be a wee bit further advanced.
Yeah.
And I suspect there's going to be very different conversations around flood schemes and drainage schemes. Yeah.
Anyway, they're all live, these resolutions. Yep.
So you'll come back to us with a paper with the RFP on that, or no, you're just doing it? What's the, or you're just gonna put that into the annual plan budget? You're gonna,
I think, like I said, we're probably not gonna put anything out for an RFP until into the new year.
yes,
But it's one of other RFPs that we've done, you know, like when we did the port ownership review and stuff, we brought back the
cool.
terms of reference or what the RFP was going to include for that. We
Yep.
make sure there's no point in us actually putting it out and then you'll look at it and go, oh, why did you ask for that when you should ask for this? So
Yeah.
I think it's just always good to make sure that everybody's on the same page with what we're going out for. So we could do that in the new year, bring it back to a committee,
Yep.
and then get something out there from there.
Cool. Comfortable?
You want to just quickly check with Andrew on that one, because I think Andrew was involved in the motion as well. Just
Slide. Yep.
sorry, just to land you on the spot.
Yes.
Yes. Answered. Thank you. Thanks.
Have we done corporate in total, have we?
Yeah, no, we're past that.
we're
We
waiting.
finished
Can I
corporate.
ask a question of corporate?
Can't take us back that far.
No, you can. Absolutely can, Andrew. Yep.
In the LTP, under depreciation by activity, corporate jumps up. It's in the current financial year, 1191 millions, isn't it?
Yep.
To 1.5, so it goes up 300. No, 300,000, is that? Yes. I just wondered why there's a big jump, that was all.
Fittings.
I thought we're getting rid of property.
No, because corporate will include IT. So I would assume part of that will probably be around, there could be some system stuff. But also property, you've got to remember that whether we had anything in there for starting to depreciation on Whare Runaka on the leasehold improvements, I'd have to have a look at what actually caused that. Yeah.
300 grand.
Sorry. Probably is fittings.
Thank you.
Fitting.
Audio, thanks team. Much appreciated. Thanks for bringing the refresh to us, staff. It just gets our headspace into the right spot. I know we had a long-term plan session that wasn't that long ago, but there was quite a wee bit to take in. And to have our refreshes where year two is really good. We look forward to beavering away and looking at those numbers for us for early December. And just remembering that 13.8% is the figure, which is $8.9 million.
It's 3.8%.
Hey?
What's 3.8%?
About 1.7 actually.
Sounds awesome, doesn't it?
Yeah. See you later. Thanks for coming, Gary and team. Does anyone any particular questions that they need any of the staff to reflect on before we close? Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.